theories getting pounded in his fears. Blinded by denial, but the evidence is clear. Ships sink, hold fast, ain't no magic trick. Horizon pulling down, yo, science hit quick. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force pulling truth to the ground. Apples don't fall sideways, we orbit profound. Lunar eclipses drop shadows and curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. YouTube vids claim conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie, they dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested, done. Flat claims flatline under the scientific sun. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While fluffs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. We spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While fluffs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While fluffs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Flat earth theories getting pounded in his spheres. Blinded by denial, but the evidence is clear. Ships sink, hold fast, ain't no magic trick. Horizon pulling down, yo, science hit quick. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force pulling truth to the ground. Apples don't fall sideways, we orbit profound. Lunar eclipses drop shadows and curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. YouTube vids claim conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie, they dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested, done. Flat claims flatline under the scientific sun. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Flight paths don't loop for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While fluffs play jigsaw with a missing mind. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Fluffs can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. facts go relentless. Empirical proof got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resounding. Flush can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Spinning truth round the axis, that's a factual ride. Flirts fumbling hard, trying to run and hide. We got that gravity pulling, you just drifting through. Science slaps empirical, stick to the glue. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While flirts count shadows, we night sky sweep. Eratosthenes flex with them shadow lines. Measured Earth's curve, no conspiracy signs. Dropping mics like Newton when his apple fell. Maths to beat, y'all theory stale like a cell. Foucault's pendulum swinging to expose. Rotation so true, no flurf can oppose. Telescopes beaming, Copernican frames. Centuries stacking, flirts out of their games. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While flirts count shadows, we night sky sweep. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flirts screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting flirf dreams. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flirts screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting flirf dreams.
Hey people, how's it going? Welcome in. Hey Big Fish, how's it going there, buddy? Hey Unfornicated, nice to see you again. Fantastic, thanks for coming in. Nice to see you all. Sorry for the late start here. I know about half an hour late. I actually was kind of ready, but I was shooting a video that's coming up here where I break down where Mikey Smith got smacked in the gob by somebody he lipped off one too many people, and finally somebody decided to freaking like show up. And yeah, well, Mikey Smith, as they say, you know, F-A-F-O, and that's exactly what's happened. So turn it down so it's not so washed out. There we are. That's a bit better. Yeah, just lighting a little bit there, so I don't look quite as washed out there. Because yeah, you know, I actually do have a little bit of a tan, but yeah, you know, cameras are the best. So yeah. All right, yeah. Yeah, I said why. As in front of kids said, yeah, it was priceless, suspicious, connected. Yeah, Mikey, man, you know, he's quick for a 50-year-old, right? Like you happen to see a kid come in a second, for a second. I think you kind of seen the kid was kind of fronting him, and then the kid went to go, and Mikey happened to spin around. Maybe his advantage, Mikey wasn't wearing a seatbelt because he actually was able to move. If he wearing a seatbelt, he wouldn't have had as much movement there to go and lay on his little friend's lap there. But I did like the fact that Mikey he started talking and started like yapping. Oh, you forgot out of the car. Yap, 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 yap. Mikey, you would have ended up in the fetal position like you did in the car, kicking your legs out and like and your hands and looking like a cockroach as somebody's stomping on you. So don't even try that. We all can see you straight through you. You know, finally somebody showed up and we should have seen what actually would happen. If it would have happened when Mikey was outside holding a sign, probably be a completely different story. Probably would have connected, or Mikey would have ran away if somebody's chasing after him. Depends, but he's come close a few times. I tell you, he's come close, so it's going to happen. So what I thought I would do is I did more of a video, broke down a lot more. We'll run over that real quick here, but I might look at the stream, see if anything else kind of went on. I don't know, but we might scrub through it a little bit. Let me just double check, make sure he's on 1 point something. Yeah, all right. Because Mikey, well, check out that stream real quick here. I want to see anything else went on. I don't know. I didn't watch, but yeah. Good point, Big Fish. Yeah, how the hell did he miss that massive head? Well, you know, he was trying to reach into a car, so, you know, he was a little off. He's only a young kid. Yeah, I guess a few boxing lessons. Woo, Mikey's gonna, yeah, he would have been a different story for sure. Like I said, it was somebody like me who's got years of of doing the martial arts and different experiences, stuff like that, probably would have been different because I wouldn't have come in with such a big, huge, wide thing here. I would have come straight in, boom, like that. And this way, it would have probably been so fast you wouldn't have seen it. But I'm not saying not coat my boat, but I did get this because I have actually been in a cage and I actually have done it. So there's a reason why I got that up there. You don't get those just given to you. You actually have to show up. So yeah. So we'll check that out here real quick. See if I can go on to the oh, where's my mouse? There it is. We'll check it out right from the because nothing else really happened for us half an hour, and we'll check out and see what happened here. All right. We'll see if there's anything other more derp. If not, we'll check out some of the stuff. Hey, when the fucking rubber chicken. There's never a smack this there.
He shouldn't have parked so close. He should be able to get out.
He's worse than my dog.
Person who knows how to drive, they wouldn't park too close.
They're no good towards these guys.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna surprise him.
Get closer.
Yeah. Smile. Woo!
He's like,
Wait, can we wait for the vlog?
Yeah, YouTube. Of course.
Hi guys!
Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. That's good for the ladies to hear, right? They like that when you swear. It's very attractive. Hey, ladies, if you want a real man, you might want to get somebody older, more mature.
That right there, that was it. You shouldn't have said that. You just couldn't. He could have. Mikey could have just been the adult and just been like the 50-year-old man and gone, all right, kids, yeah, okay, sound, thank you, and then just left it at that. But no, he just had to open his mouth, and now Mikey's about to find out.
More mature. More mature. What the fuck are you doing, buddy? Hey, I got this on YouTube, pal.
We're talking stock, get the fuck back.
Holy fuck, pal.
So that was it. When the kid said what, he alerted Mikey.
Somebody
so.
older. More mature. More mature. More mature. What the fuck are you doing,
It was
buddy?
close, though. It was close.
Hey, I got this on YouTube, pal.
We're talking stock, get the fuck back.
Holy fuck, pal. You're going to jail, buddy.
the cops are up there, so we're
Yeah,
gonna
you're
go
going to
get
jail right now, buddy.
them. Yeah, the cops are up there, so you better watch it.
You're going to jail, buddy. You're going to jail. That was live on YouTube, buddy.
And the cops are up there.
Get the license plate and everything.
I don't want the kid's license
I
plate on
just
here.
need the vehicle.
I'm trying not to have
I know
license plate
that.
on there. But.
Where's my laser? Where's my laser?
I don't know what you did with it.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Are you drinking? Are you high?
No, I'm not.
You're fucking right you are.
No, I'm not worried.
Look at Mikey, how like he's backing up because he's scared, absolutely freaking terrified of this kid.
I apologize.
No, sorry, pal. You're going to fucking jail. Get out of here, man.
Yeah.
Where's the police?
The police were right up front up here. They were parked over here where all these people are.
I love the comments you can hear out the window from here.
Fucking swinging at me. Fucking cunt.
I don't know if they're still there, but there was cops right in here. They were just parked on this road here, the cops.
He's fucking
That's
done.
the car there, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, he apologized, but too late.
No, too late, pal.
I think they're gone, the police, but... Because the cop was parked with that white car.
Did you guys see that?
A deer in headlights there. Look at that. Holy shit, he looks
Wait,
scared.
where's my... I need protection. Where's my fucking laser?
I don't know.
That's illegal, Mikey. You can't have a laser for protection. Carrying any kind of weapon like that
No, that's
is
my selfie
against the
stick.
law, even in Canada.
Let me think. It's in a bag. Where's that bag?
Then he comes and says sorry. So
That's
Yeah,
10.
where's my,
Actually, 10 years in jail.
that's the car right there.
Yeah, I know. I got the license plate.
I think they're out of the car now.
Huh?
It doesn't look like they're in the car, those guys.
Oh, really?
I think they got out. Or at least I don't see anybody in front.
Yeah, they did get out of the car.
They got out. They didn't shoot. Yep.
Wow, that's a first, guys.
Wow.
Just
I don't think it'll be a last, though. I have a sneaking suspicion that Mikey, the way he keeps getting more emboldened, he's going to get himself in more trouble here. But, could be wrong, but I don't think I
little
am.
fucking kid. I should have stood up and pounded the shit out of the fucking guy.
Well, we seen what happened. Hey, Mikey can talk a big game now. It's all done, and you can see. You notice how he said that after he knows the kid's gone? Did you notice that? He's already confirmed that the car is empty. It's just the driver in there. Now he's saying that he could have. Oh, I could have done that. Bullshit, Mikey. We seen what happened. As soon as he came up, he went to turtle position. A cockroach. Leave me alone, bad man.
Want to fucking go down? Wow, I got that live on fucking YouTube, man.
Just won't go.
That's not a good. That's not a good thing.
It was close, yeah. Aldebaran. It did look close, though. Yeah, I think maybe we just grazed them, and Mikey just barely. I think because he's not wearing a seatbelt, he was able to just duck just enough. You heard it hit the headrest right here with boom. So that kid was swinging. Yeah, if he would have connected, Mikey'd be freaking like spitting chiclets.
What to do, buddy? That's what I need. I need mace, or what do you call it? Not mace.
Mace is illegal in Canada.
Pepper spray.
Pepper spray.
Pepper spray is illegal to carry in Canada. You cannot carry pepper spray. That's maximum 10 years in jail, and that's a criminal conviction. You can't carry pepper spray.
Or a fucking baseball bat. I would have fucking tore him a fucking new asshole, man.
Carrying a baseball bat in Canada is illegal. You're carrying a weapon that's dangerous to the public. That's illegal, Mikey. You can't do that.
Wow, I'm gonna talk to my buddy Sean,
Yeah.
who's a cop here. I'm going right to talk to him.
Holy.
I should have fucking grabbed his fucking arm and fucking broke the fucking thing. That fucking.
Mikey, talking shit. We know. Fucking, we see what happened. You went to fetal position, kicked like a little baby. you were gonna break nothing. The only thing you're breaking is, fucking, I don't know, your manhood. You need to hand over your man card. That's it.
Bitch. Showing off to the fucking ladies. Fucking guys, you guys are fucking morons.
That's what Mikey's doing right now to what's the name of the sitting beside him. He's showing off, talking all big and stuff like that. Once he knows the guy's gone, and he's not gonna come after him again, but lipping off.
Choked my
carbon. Yeah, how's Aldebaran said, yeah. Or Mikey, just stop saying stupid shit to people. Yeah. You notice he's done up his window because he's realized he wants to. He did use a toe for defense. Yeah, big fish. You're right, man. You see that toe was right up there. That's why the kid ran away. He's seeing that and he was out.
Yeah, he's getting
the smell alone.
He's getting fucking charged. Absolutely. Wait, what day is today? Saturday.
Saturday. The 28th.
Mikey's toe, you held it up there. He's like, ay! And the guy's like, shit, I'm not dealing with that. I'm out.
Yeah, so I'll probably have to come here Monday. I wonder if is there a way I can get into that police station now? We gotta go find the police.
It's a Sicilian toe defense.
I gotta find out what the fuck's going on here. Some of these losers will hopefully allow me to go in.
Don't worry, it's Unfornicated.
They're all fucking sheep.
Yeah, Mikey just used the ninja toe defense. He held his toe up there and he was like, hey! And the guy that was it. He was gone. He was done.
You know, we do have rights, you know. Your lives are more important than mine. Fucking dorks. Can you not see them fucking signaling, you stupid assholes?
That's because the signaling doesn't mean obligated to let you in, Mikey. It's letting you know the intention to go in and you have to wait for a space to clear, or somebody can be nice and let you in, but they're not obligated to let you in. Mikey, the world does not revolve around you as much as you think it does.
They're all a bunch of losers. They don't let other people in. Your life is more important than mine. You and your shitty ass Nissan. Oh, I'm so good. We gotta.
Unfornicated, you got a good point at that he was left-handed, so the kid was probably less dominant hand, most likely. So
find the police. Well, I can see the lights
Yeah,
up
I
there.
can see the lights too.
Yeah.
As they said, the police were here.
We're right
Yeah.
here. Yeah. Okay.
Right there.
Girl is setting those in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope it's my buddy Sean.
Yeah.
Well, Mikey would freaking lose his shit if he came to the UK. Man, people here just don't give a shit.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah. There's no. Sorry? No. You shouldn't even got out of your fucking car.
Mikey starts talking shit here now. He knows the kid's gone.
Excuse
the kid's got buggered off, walked off.
Yeah. Can you help me? So, I was filming the fireworks and there was a car that went by. Okay. And the guy got out of the car and was he was reaching through the car. Yeah. I was.
I'm actually surprised Mikey's kept this up. Normally, stuff like this, he tends to take the live stream down.
Yeah, don't worry about it, buddy. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay.
Yeah, and Unfornicated, you want to hop in? Just give us a second here, buddy. I'll send you a link. All right. Hold on here. Let me not do that one here. It's just hold on here, bud. See if I can find it here. Where is it? I'll drop a link in the chat. Why is that on there? Just give us a second here. I don't know what it's doing here. See if this works. I'm new at getting guests on, so you'll have to bear with me if this. Remember how to do this. I don't know how to video capture. That's not it. Cancel. I want to. Display capture. That's not it. All right, just give us a second here. I am screwing this up. Yes. How do I do this again? Cancel. See that. How do we do this? Copy. Just bear with me here, and we're gonna see if we can do. Yes. Oh, how do I do this? Oh, I am yeah, just bear with me, Dano. I am trying to. Remember how I did it? It's been a while since I've done this, so. Done that one, done this one. I want to. Paste. Is that it? No. All right, that's it. Okay, that's gotta be it there. No. I forget how to do this now. Right, just 2 seconds here. I am trying to remember how to do this now. Copy link. No, that's not it. How do I, no. Okay. Right, hold on here. I am still trying to remember how to do this, buddy. That's it there. Hold on. That's why I'm not doing it. Righto. That should work, I think. And then if I do there. Right. 2 seconds.
Good work. Good thing.
All right. You right? Can you hear me now?
That's it.
Okay.
You all right? Yeah, I can hear you the whole time.
Oh, it could, yeah, okay, right. Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all, but I can now. Sorry, Aldebaran. This is my first time having somebody on, so just give us 2 seconds.
Right? Yeah. I can hear you the whole time. Yeah. Oh,
Hey, so
Aldebaran's always going
he
to be
reached
one
through
who
the car
gives
and he
me
was.
shit because it's just principle. It's part of the group that we're in. Everyone has to give each other shit. Especially my group. Group that we're in. Everyone has to give each other shit. Okay, now I can't hear you. How do I get
All right, can you hear me with this? It's working. Test, test. Hello? No, not working.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, all right. I don't know. I switched to the other screen share thing. It didn't work. So we'll not.
All right, let me actually. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. But now we can't. Can you hear me now?
I'll maybe turn up my gain a little bit here.
All right, let's try to see if this works. But on this screen, can you hear me? Right.
I think I can hear you on your stream.
You hear me in stream? Okay. Just trying to see if I got. I don't know what's going on here. Why this is not?
Let me pause your stream. All right, can you hear me
Okay.
still?
I can still hear you. Yes. Can you hear me?
Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2.
All right. All right. So that doesn't seem to work. Just give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to change something.
We probably should have tested this out beforehand.
Yeah. Hold on.
You haven't had
All
any
right,
guests on, though, have you?
No, I haven't. Right. Okay. 2 seconds here. And
Should have tested this out beforehand.
yeah.
Had any guests on, though, have you?
All right. Now, can you hear me here? You got me now, Dano. Can you hear me now? Test, test. Is this one working?
Let me pause this real quick. All right, try again.
Can you hear me now? Is this working? Something's okay. All right. I don't know if this is working. I'm sorry, people, for having this. All right. Can you hear me through the live stream chat on YouTube? Right. Okay. Weird. Okay.
Check 1 2.
Yeah, I can hear you, Dano. I just don't know if you can hear me.
Look, you're going to be an honorary member of Group Avengers at this point because do audio differently.
Yeah. Right. I will figure this out. I'm gonna have to mess with it a bit. I'm gonna have to set up something else and go back and forth and see if this works.
I can hear you through the stream.
You can hear me through the stream. All right. Might be delayed a bit though. Okay. I can hear you fine. Right. I don't know why this is doing that though. All right. See if that works. Or that. Is that no? Right. Can you hear me now?
Oh, wait, that's a little better here. Hold on a second. Let's try this now.
Okay. Test 1 2.
Nope. That's a little better here. Hold on a second. Let's try this now. No, now we got an echo on the stream, and I don't hear you in my headphones.
All right. Okay. Hello? No, that's not gonna work, is it?
Now we got an echo on the stream. Right.
Right. Okay. I don't think that's gonna work. All right. Is there anything else here? Highlight video off. Solo talk. Reconnect mic. Right. Okay. Does that work? I may have had something done here. All right.
Okay, let's change this to here.
Chat. Speaker. Right.
Riveting stuff, I know.
Riveting stuff. I know. We are okay. That's echoing here. Is echoing here, Big Fish? All right. We are we're trying to tech on the fly, and I don't know how well this is working. Is it still doing that, Aldebrand?
I know. I know.
Let me check the
All right,
screen
so we
still.
dropped your echo, but I
Okay.
still don't have you on my end.
Let me see here. Maybe if I can check the thing myself.
No. Well, now I have an echo on your stream.
All right.
The most complicated thing about streaming is always the audio, never the video.
Yeah. So if I do that, what does that do? Yeah, it's figured the audio. We're all like, it's all freaking cooked anyways.
The audio.
Yeah, it's
Oh, you know what? You might. Yeah, it might be the output because of the OBS or whatever you're using.
yeah. I'm using OBS, so I'm just. Oh, you might be that.
Discord.
You're not echoing now.
You want to do it through Discord instead?
Yeah, we'll try that. I'll see if I can bring up my Discord. Yeah, I've never used Discord for this, so 2 seconds. Let's see if I can get into my Discord. I remember how to get into my Discord. I'm in. All right. What are you bringing up? Okay, I don't know what that is. All right. How do we go through with Discord? I'm on Discord, so let's see if here I can go into. I'll drop the link now. You want to get off this and try the Discord? All right.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
All right. Okay. No.
All right, let's see if that's a little better now. Okay, now I'll mute your stream. There we go.
We have an echo here. All right, let's try and see if we can go on to that.
Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? All right.
Yes, now I can hear you. All right, there we go. Audio problems are audio problems, right? Nothing to do about that.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Now, how does that sound?
So I just got done spending. I just got done spending most of the day at the pool. So I am having a drink, hanging out, getting ready to do dinner soon. Gonna be making tacos.
Tacos. I had tacos yesterday. I like tacos.
Oh, I have the munchkin, and so she's napping because she spent too much time in the pool in the sun.
Nice. I was just trying to see if I can. I'm getting a bit of an echo on my audio on my side here. It's doubling up.
You might have your gain too high on your microphone, maybe picking up your monitors. Oh wait, you have headphones in, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
this might be the routing within Discord.
Okay, it's better now. Okay. I think I was getting double up from both different things. So, all right, Aldebaran's in here too. All right. Hey, Aldebaran.
Oh, turn on my camera. There we go. Oh, you know what? I'm still in. Hold on, I'm still in that video.
Yeah, you're still in Video Ninja. I just muted it. So.
Yeah, let me just close it out. Make sure it's not doubling up.
Yes,
if I can find where I put it.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm listening to the stream myself on my phone, and it sounds all right.
Good.
All right. There we are. Hey.
And Aldebaran jumped in here too, so he can listen also at the same time. So now he gets us in stereo. So he gets us with a 5-second delay also.
Fun. So, yeah, I actually did a video on this clip where Mikey, after the assault and all that, up to a certain point, I did a video. I'll probably release it tomorrow of just addressing that. So,
funny thing about this clip, we were there was a conversation between Reds and Jaren that I was part of a panel on discussing Red's general attitude towards Jaren and stuff like that. It was kind of like a meeting of the minds, obviously shows a difference of opinion and everything else of how we look at things, generally speaking, I guess you could say. So with that being said, during that, Monkey Cat Pat Pat sends a message to a group chat that says, someone just swung at Mikey. And I'm like, hold up. And it derailed the entire panel. Jaren had already dropped off, but we were kind of, hurry up, sum this up, and then let's go over to Mikey.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think Drunk Debunk, Mike jumped on, didn't he? Because I seen he did it. That's how I knew this happened.
Yes.
I seen Mike, and he put up a 40-minute video. He goes, hold on, wait a minute. There's an emergency thing. We have to see this. Somebody's take a swing at Mikey. I was like, what, really? Finally it happened? I better check this out.
Well, and that's the thing, like Mike and I have talked about this multiple times because as parents, it's like he says stupid shit. Like he goes to a museum and say dinosaurs are fake. And he says your parents lying to you about Santa and all this other stupid shit. It's like, dude, you don't get to tell me how to parent.
Yeah.
And then to expand upon that, it's like I've openly said, like, I'm going to drive to Canada and park my Jeep with my big 35-inch tires because, American exceptionalism. I was going to park it on top of his car.
Yeah.
And I've kind of threatened to take a swing at him too. I'm like, if he said that around my kid when my kid was 7 or 8 years old, there'd be blows because that's not what you do.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. See, when kids start saying shit like that, we probably wouldn't even see it coming because I just come in and just cheer him instantly, and it'd probably be a few hits because I just wouldn't stop.
I'm surprised it took this long. But, look, and in the kid's defense, he kind of stumbled up to the window. So I guarantee you he's probably had a few drinks and he did swing left-handed. Now, if he's in Canada, chances are he's a hockey player. And if you're a hockey player, you're kind of ambidextrous when you're swinging, when you're throwing hands. So I would assume that he could do both. But
he went kind of wild, though, because he did kind of haymaker. He did kind of come out with it. And he did say something, which I always get, people always do this. They just go, hey, and you get somebody to look, and then they take a swing. is somebody who knew what they were doing. Probably just walked up to him and freaking clocked them, and then told him freaking speak to my girlfriend
Mikey
again.
turned his head at the exact right time to react.
He did, yeah. Mikey seen it coming and then swung back.
And Mike discussed this a little bit too, because like Mike and I both have teenagers. I have a 14-year-old. You have someone who's similar. I think you said you had like a 15 or 16-year-old. Mike's got a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old. And the girls looked around that age in that car. So granted, Mikey might not understand he's coming across as creepy, but telling teenage girls that they should be looking for an older man is just cringe-worthy creepiness.
Yeah. The way he was coming across was saying like, leave, hey girls, get with a real man like me, older man. He was pretty much implying himself, and like fucking that's like, that's throwing hands right there.
I mean, I've had run-ins. I'm not an angry individual. I'm really laid back. I grew up on a beach in Southern California. I'm a surfer, a scuba diver. I am really chill.
Yeah.
But like, for instance, I'll tell you a story about a Starbucks that was locally. So I was at Starbucks with my daughter, with a friend of mine who's a former Marine. He's a rather big guy. I mean, I'm 6 foot, about 200 pounds. He's like 6 foot and like 230, 240. Yeah. He's a big guy. I mean, he's your typical U.S. Marine, right? Just.
Yeah.
But we were at Starbucks, and I saw this guy looking over, and so I placed our order, and he was still staring. I walked over to him. I said, "Can I help you?" And he goes, "Yeah, just checking out the girls." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. She's fucking 14, dude. Like, no, fuck. Don't check in her out."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, here." And now this little cocky little bastard. Excuse my French. I don't know how you are with your stream, but if you see my streams, you know that I'm completely uncensored.
So am I. No worries.
I basically said, I was like, "Listen here, motherfucker." I'm like, "No, that's my daughter." And he's like, "Oh, cool. Do you want to give her my number for me?" Oh. And this kid like had a full on beard. I mean, I can't grow a beard, but he had like a full on like, beard. He had to been maybe at the lowest end 19, 20. I started to climb over the table, and my buddy of mine who's a Marine pulled me off the table because I was literally going to just like, my daughter is my life. Yeah. It's like, it's everything. And I about climbed over the table, and I'm not a violent person, but he's just set me off. And the same thing, if Mikey had said something about Santa to my daughter at 7 or 8 years old, I'm sorry, I'd go to jail. I'd be over in jail overnight.
Yeah, I'd happily go myself.
Yeah. I'm just sorry. And look, did he say anything that constituted being swung at? No. Has he had a history of saying things? Yes. Should the kid get in trouble? Yeah, probably, because Mikey didn't say anything. Let's look at like the actual, what he said in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, the situation.
Should he have swung at him? Probably not. Yeah, in that situation, should someone have swung at him? No. You know what? The kid was out of line.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, like, in that situation there. But there's times in which Mikey has like proper beaked off at people. I'm going, Mikey is and he's like almost threatening people. I'm going, Mikey, somebody's gonna walk up to you. They're just gonna absolutely freaking lay you out. I'm like, don't stop, shut up. And he's like, keeps going. Like, he thinks he's hard. I don't know. Mikey thinks he's a big hard guy. He even says in this stream, "Oh, I'm kind of big." I'm like, Mikey, I don't give a fuck how big you are. A 5'5" guy will come over. If he's got a bit of training, you're done. He'll twist you up like a pretzel without even thinking twice.
I mean, and that's the funny part too. Is like, I'm nowhere near like this combat kind of MMA. So, but I've done some jiu-jitsu. I'm down to like a purple belt. I mean, it's about as high as I'm going to get. I'm not going to get any further and stuff like that. But it's like, I'm not a big guy. I don't come across as a big guy. Like Mike comes across as a big guy. Reds is a huge guy. He's like 6'3".
Is he?
But like, I don't care if Mikey's 6'2" or 6'3". Part of our training in the military is like, it doesn't matter what the size of the guy is, it's the size of the dog and the guy, kind of mentality.
Yeah.
And if he had said something around my kid like that, yeah, there would be hands thrown, because I don't care if I'm getting my ass kicked. I'm taking somebody with me.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
it's
used to
just, and
I used to
and
train
like Elderberry
taekwondo
says, the
years
Santa
ago.
one's the
Fun.
worst.
Yeah. I was say I did taekwondo years ago, off and on, since I was a little kid. Went to national championships, stuff like that. And for a while, I was training with this guy. The guy was sick. What the hell was he? 6'7", 6'8". And his arm, his leg from his
Jesus.
hip to his knee was longer than my arm, and then obviously his waist was just about halfway up my chest. And I got a kick above the belt. And I even said to him, I said, "Look, dude, I said, if I was fighting in a fight on the street, I said I wouldn't try to kick you above the belt. I'll just take your fucking knees out. I said, you're that tall. I'm not even messing
Exactly.
with you.
Hit
I'm
him in the
just taking your
knees,
legs
drop
out."
him to his knees, put him on your
Yeah,
level.
yeah. And there's one time we got
Let's make it a
tangled
fair
up.
fight.
Yeah, one time we got tangled up, and I did kind of sweep him up and took him out, and he went straight down the ground, and I put my foot on top of him, like I conquered it. Looked at my sensei like that, and smiled at her because I freaking knocked down the giant, right? I conquered the beast. Probably couldn't now. He went up. He went to freaking like world championships in Spain and stuff like that. Ended up winning all sorts of stuff like that. He's amazing freaking martial artist when it comes to that. But for a while there, like I said, I could take him. I even told him, I said, I won't even mess with you, mate. I'll just take your legs out straight up, 5 pounds to the side of your knee. I could blow your knee out. They'd be done.
Hey, how tall are you? Curious.
I'm 5'11". I'm not very tall.
Okay. Oh, so you're just a hair shorter than me then. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing. 'Cause it's like we're like average height.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not. I mean, look at me. I'm not a built guy. I mean, I do rock climbing. I do things like that. I mean, I have some muscle tone stuff like that, but it's functional. It's not like
Yeah,
I'm lifting weights to get in bar fights every day. But
yeah.
being a sailor, you kind of are prone to those every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's like if it
Yeah.
comes down to something like that, like I'm not worried about jujitsu or anything else. Like I'm not worried about scoring points. I'm going to put you on the ground, and that's just going to be it. It's going to be. I'm
Yeah.
going to fight dirty. I'm going to kick you in the nuts. I'm going to do whatever I can to end it right then and there.
Well, as I pointed out, like behind me here, I have a little plaque that says MMA. I got this last year because I did an MMA event and went in the cage against a guy who was probably the biggest, heaviest guy in our group, and he was 6'2", 6'3", and he outweighed me by a good 50 pounds or more, and like that, and we stood in there and banged it out, and he was just like one of these like a big 8-piece came in swinging like hard as you could. He clocked hit me a few times. I was like, shit, like, oh crap, like I took it, but I was like, it's been a while since it's been hit, and I went boom. I was like, oh shit, I forgot what it was like to actually be hit full freaking hard.
Lights, those stars going around. Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of those.
Yeah. And he's like one or two of those, and he's like, I was okay, but I was like, I take it, go boom. I was like, oh shit, I'm like, oh yeah, all right now. And so there's, I shot in on him and I did stuff like that, and it was all right. It was all fun and stuff. Nobody got hurt and stuff like that. It was more of a charity event, but and I even said to the wife afterwards, I was like, I want to do that again. I want to go back in again. I'm like, yeah. So I'm looking at maybe going and doing more training. It's been a while because I've off and on so much with and different stuff I've done throughout the years that I want to get back into it. So.
Well, and the funny thing is, like through middle school and high school, I did freestyle wrestling.
Oh right.
And
right.
I was a very small kid. I mean, I was 86 pounds in 8th grade. So when I was 13. And even at high school, I didn't break 100 pounds until I was 16 years old. So I was always a very small kid. I mean, when I went into high school at 14, I was 4'11" and like 89 pounds. I was like the bare minimum.
Yeah.
There was only 3 kids who wrestled at that weight. And then like 98 pound is the like lowest of the varsity level. When I finally got to that level, it was like the guy ahead of me was all state. And I'm like, yeah, there's no way I'm going to beat him to be able to wrestle in this meet at a varsity level. It's just like, you throw your hands up and say, well, look, I'm just not going to win this. But, but it's one of those things like, it's like, I've done some wrestling, I've done some, jiu-jitsu, stuff like that. So I always get a kick out of like these guys who come across as tough and everything else. Like, yeah, I'm the most laid back kind of chill guy you'll meet, but man, spark me and forget it. And one of the things is you'll spark me is talk to my kid without talking to me first. Yeah. Make some kind of innuendo towards my kid. And yeah, you're going to see Angry Dan come out real quick.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I would say, especially
there's just too many creeps in the world.
Yeah. You get to be a parent.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just that level a bit more where that's it. Like, it's just like you're not dealing with an angry father, who's protecting the child. It's just another level of like anger and stuff that you're just going to possess.
and just to take one step further, I mean, you have a teenager. Like, we're trying to raise our girls to be independent, to be, self-serving, so they don't need anybody in their life, and to kind of
Yeah.
give them a role model for them to model their relationships after, right? I mean, that's kind of like what dads do.
Yeah.
And but at the same time, I'm very protective. Now, I only have one, so I'm very protective of my one to begin with. Like, her boyfriend right now is deathly afraid of me because he sees me as a military hacker who can kick his ass. And I laugh because I'm like, dude, if you treat my daughter with respect, you have no problems with me.
Yeah. I threatened my daughter. I said, because I don't anymore, but I used to have a really nice katana, and I've done stuff training with katanas and stuff too now. And I said, hold her when she's younger. So one day you have a boyfriend, I'm gonna get a nice little watermelon. As the kid walks up, I'm gonna stand there, slice it in half, watch it fall, which I've showed her. I said, and then I'm gonna put it away and then sit down, have a little chat with them. just to click them in a little bit.
So something similar that we do here, because America is the home of all the guns, right?
Yeah.
I have
So jealous.
I have a concealed carry permit. I don't do anything. I have one weapon. That's it, and that's it. I don't show it off. I don't do anything else. I target shoot. And the only reason why I got it is because obviously with a lot of the shootings that were going on in the U.S. was one of those things like I'd rather have it and never need it.
Yeah.
Than need it, not have it, and have to MacGyver a shit. Like, this was like right after I was talking to my daughter about this. Like, we had a Buffalo, New York shooting where it was in a supermarket. And my daughter asked me, like, what would you do in this situation? And I kind of laughed about it. I'm like, and she was serious. Like, what would you do in a situation if we were in that store? And I'm like thinking like, okay, well, the first thing I would do is like, depending on what aisle you're on, is I would take everything out, stuff you behind it, put everything back in as much as possible to hide you. And then now it's my role to find a way to either, if we can't get out and we can't get other people out, is to distract the person far enough to where the cops show up and hopefully do something.
Yeah.
It's like when I go shooting, I'm not, center mass is what we're taught in the military and everything else. It's like, 2 in the chest, or, your 10-point rings are in the middle, or in the center of the chest or in the head. I'm always shooting shoulders, ball joints and stuff like that, and the nerves, to basically make it to where I don't want a jury to have to decide whether or not I killed somebody is worthwhile.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things of like, injured, fine. You assault with a deadly weapon. Let's now let's have a jury decide whether or not I was in my rights or not. But like, that's just, I don't want that on my conscience to take a life. But it's funny because she tells her boyfriend, like, oh, my dad was in the military. He was in the Navy. He was a cryptologist. He was basically a military trained hacker. So don't try to hide anything. He'll find you. And then she also, brings up these random conversations with her friends and stuff like, oh, yeah, my dad has this award for being an expert shot with a pistol and a rifle. Well, I can tell you it's not necessarily very hard to get that because you're shooting at paper targets.
Yeah.
But just that alone scares him to no end, where he's just like, but he's a very respectful teenager. He's like, yes, sir, no, sir, kind of things. And I finally told him to stop with the sir stuff because I'm like looking for my dad behind me. But, but no, it just, like, as a parent, every time I see Mikey and he talks to people, it's like, I just want to like, just lose my shit, because it's like, if you did this around me, it would be like, I don't care if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me kind of mentality.
Yeah.
I may be bloodied. I may get my ass kicked. I don't know, but it's not to say that I'm not going to try, just because of what he says and how he says it is just like, even like the video you just had with him talking to other cars, like, let me in, God-given right kind of mentality. It's like he's the main character and everyone needs to get out of his way. It's like, dude.
Yeah, and I've noticed that with Mikey. I know some people have criticized me, going, "Oh, why are you on Mikey?" I'm like, look, it wasn't really so bad. Mikey was a good person, but he's not. He's got this attitude that he is like the be all end all, and like he's so smart and he's so great and stuff like that. And I'm going, he's fucking not. And he needs to realize this. Like, he needs to get a little bit of he needs to get humbled a little bit. And it might be humbled, as like I said, he'll piss off, he'll anger the wrong dad who's maybe done a bit of time, or he's been like, I don't know. And he don't give a shit, and like the cops don't scare him, because that's what Mikey instantly goes out and tell the cops. And some guys gonna be like, I don't give a shit, call the cops. You can walk away with a limp after, I'm done with you, and that's just gonna be fucking it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you and I parent very similar, and this is just us
Yeah.
as parents, as kind of like us talking about like what our reactions have been in our experiences, stuff like that. But um, so one, I noticed that you do the Pseudoscience Wednesdays, and I've been meaning to talk to you about this because I've jumped at a couple of your live streams, stuff like that. We actually haven't had a chance to actually talk.
Yeah.
So one, I appreciate you pushing my channel. Thank you very much. I think I picked up a couple of subscribers from you, so I thank you for that.
Oh, fantastic.
But I think we share a very similar community, so to speak.
Yeah.
So with that being said, it's like one of those things like, oh well, Dan's not live, so I'll jump to UK. UK's live, and Dan's not, or Dan's live and UK's not, so I'll jump over here kind of mentality.
Mhm.
But one thing that I wanted to talk about is that you have your 2 live streams. I haven't really been able to have a live stream schedule because my daughter just graduated junior high, middle school, and I've had a lot of stuff kind of going on with work and stuff like that. So my schedule's been all over the place. I literally have 3
Right.
scripts written, ready to record that I haven't got to yet. It was
Yeah.
one of the things I'm going to be doing today, but I figured I'd jump on anyway and kind of procrastinate a little more because why not? But what? So I mean, I know what projects I have coming up. Like I have a script about. So I have the weekly STD report. So it's a play on the sexually transmitted disease, the socially transmitted disinformation.
Mm.
So I go around to like social media and find out what's prevalent for that week, and I'm going to do a video on it. So I finally kind of got all my visuals kind of put together for this and stuff like that. Finally, so I'm going to start
Yeah.
recording those. I'm going to hopefully have those on the weekly, and I haven't really put up with a weekly schedule yet because I'm trying to work with like DP debunks and TDDS and the Drunk Debunk Show and like MC Tune. Not that their schedule defines mine, but I don't want to try to split the community kind of mentality to kind of force people to pick.
Yeah.
But like, what projects do you have coming up? Like I have Harp, I have the weekly STD about Sky Ice, I have another script for the USS Liberty as part of my declassified set that I'm doing. What do you have in like your hopper that you're looking to do? Like these things are like like this Mikey thing kind of just showed up. So let's talk about it. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
do you have anything like long scale or like longer time frame? Like
I'm more of right now. I'm trying to get onto that, but I am actually quite busy in my day-to-day life. I've set aside these certain days and times. Being around 9 p.m. UK time, Sunday and Wednesdays. And I worked out with my wife. My wife is like, I need. I'm full time, kind of look after her, the kids, the house, and stuff like that, as well as other projects outside in life. So I don't get into it. I don't really have anything like scripts. Like I don't really script my stuff. I kind of look and see what's going on in the community, like with flat earthers, anything that's coming up, or if I go, man, I want to cover a last week I did Dell, right, or on Wednesday I thought, I'm gonna check out a Dell video and look at a few of his stuff with the Beyond Imaginary Curve. So I looked at a couple of his videos. I thought, oh, check out a few of his because they're quite funny, and he's just a dumbass. So yeah, that's good. So that's I just kind of think of things like normally on the day. I think, okay, what's going on lately? What's Mikey up to? What's this, like that, and then I go with that. So that's I'm more fly by the seat of your pants sort of shit right now. I want to get more.
Yeah, well,
but yeah.
And that's DP debunks. He does the same thing. That's the Drunk Debunk Show. I find just because of me, like my long form videos, I have to script them because my ADHD goes sideways. Because when I usually do my recordings at night while I'm medication, it's like wearing down. So to keep my squirrel brain from going sideways and collecting nuts and going on tangents, I have to script it so it's in front of me.
Yeah.
So I'll follow. So that's where I usually do my long forms and stuff. But a lot of my lives have been like a lot of my community, specifically on my Discord, has been about my Navy life. They want to know about what life is like on a boat and how the different engineering works on an aircraft carrier, because that's what I was stationed on, like for launching and recovering an aircraft. Or they want to know about like cryptology, which is, I've done a couple of different things about the code talkers, cryptology history and stuff like that. Because it's, even though I'm not in that world anymore, it's still something that I'm very passionate about, something that I'm very much part of. I mean, serving in the military in your formative years kind of defines kind of part of your personality. And I come from a long line of military family. Like all my uncles and one aunt were all in the Navy for immediate families. My mom's one of 7 kids. I can trace back my family history all the way back to William Penn, and when Pennsylvania was a actual colony.
All
You know,
right.
like back when back when the UK had its imperialism going on, and
Yeah.
and someone in my family has fought in every war since the Revolutionary War all the way through. So it's something that's just it's ingrained in me, and so I take a lot of pot shots at people who are claiming to be military and are something doesn't smell right with their testimony about flat Earth or whatever, and I'm like, okay, hold up, let's talk about this kind of mentality.
The stolen
But
valor things that some do. They claim they're in
yes,
this.
very much
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
But the other part of it is like I don't know how it is in the UK, but like the US, we history is a large subject. So as you move on, like, I mean, just think about it now. I mean, I'm turning 50 this year.
Yeah.
When I was in school was 30 years ago. So, plus. So 30 years ago, we learned about things maybe more in depth than what my daughter's learning. So my daughter doesn't hear about some of these things about, Midway being a turning point for World War II for the US, or different things about about D-Day and stuff like that. It says they get more of a glossed over than something that's more in depth that I learned. So that's kind of what started the declassified files, the Unfornicated files declassified, was to kind of bring out some of the more interesting parts of history that's kind of glossed over and kind of do a deep dive into them. And to be honest, it gets me away from the conspiracy bullshit because that fries my brain to no end.
Yeah, I in UK we learned quite a bit. Oh, not we, but my kids, because I'm originally from Canada, so we did learn a lot of stuff like what you're talking about there. And there's one of the subject I did fantastic in with the Second World War, shit like that. My daughter's probably learning a bit more because there is a big thing with UK culture about the wars, different things, the Falkland Wars, First World War. Obviously I live in an area where you can walk around in certain areas and you can see certain houses leaning certain ways from the bombs. There's a church in the city I'm nearby called the Bombed Out Church. And what happens? A bomb landed in the middle, cleared the whole church out, but all the walls are outside, right? So the walls.
So it's
are
just
like
a shell, basically.
thick. Yeah, it's a shell that has no roof, still has a tower, has all 4 walls. The walls are like stupidly thick, made of like stone. So it blew all the windows out, but it's a memorial to the Second World War, and you can go and certain things, so you can see that it's actually I can't remember, what's it called? St. James's Church or something like that. It's in Liverpool. You looked at the bombed out church. There's loads of pictures of it. It's really cool. And in my family, well, not my family, my wife's family, her dad was a regimental sergeant major in the signals, rail signals, for 25 years. So
shit, because that's my background is signals intelligence.
Yeah. So he was at RSM on W01, which is only 4 W01s in the country at any time. So he ran the rifle range up near north of it's called Elkhart Rifle Range. He actually ran the armories of that, and he did.
Oh wow!
And he's got loads of history stuff like that. He did stuff like when you talk like he did stuff to do with he specialized in what was that like gases, like maybe like gas attacks, stuff like that, how to do that. He did a lot of stuff. The stuff he wouldn't even tell me about. I've got some stuff out of him having a few drinks, and he's opened up. So
my daughter gets on my ass because she'll be sitting like off screen and she'll be hearing me tell a story about the military, and after I hang up, she's like, "You never told me that story." I'm like, "Well, it doesn't come up in common conversations." It's like, I don't want to talk to my daughter about wars and things like that. It's like, look, just be a kid, enjoy life. But
exactly.
Along that same line, though, it's like, I was in signals intelligence, so I understand how signals work. I understand how radio works. I understand how radar works. I mean, it's all the parts that I specialize in the EM spectrum. So that's kind of where my niche is. That's kind of where I started with the Battle of the Beams, and I had no intention to become a content creator, to be perfectly honest with you. I stuck to Twitter, I stuck to Facebook and some of these other like social medias to kind of just debunk things via text. But when the Battle of the Beams came out as the Silver Bullet Globe Killer, I'm like, hold up, I can't do this. And it's something that's, obviously it's very UK based because it was about the Battle of Britain and bombing the UK and stuff like that. And so I spent, in the prime example of the Brandolini principle, or what we call the bullshit fallacy, I spent 2 months trying to re-engineer this, this system. And I've been in telecommunications since, I started building computers when I was 12, and I went to the Navy, and I was doing telecommunications there, and then I came out and worked for an internet service provider, and I've been working in that realm for like the last 25 years plus. So I've done everything from radio, free space optics, to fiber optics, to copper, and all that fun stuff. And that's kind of like my niche. It's what I know, like, through and through. Now I've kind of expanded upon that to go into like sailing, because that's some of the stuff I've done in California and stuff like that, and just my hobbies. But like, I know where my realm is, and this is like, I try not to stray too far. Like, I'm not going to talk to anybody about orbital mechanics. I'm not going to talk to anybody about general relativity. Like, that's not me. I've never been to university. I don't have any college credits. I came out of high school, went to the military, learned it, went right to work, and have been doing that ever since.
Wow.
But that provides me with a different insight, I think, to do some of these things. And that's where Battle of the Beams came in. It was like right up my alley. And then spent 2 months kind of building it. Did a debunk on Discord on the Globe Gangsters channel, and shout out to that whole crew over there. And then got on Mike's show, and afterwards we were still on the call afterwards, and he talked to me afterwards. He goes, "Dude, get a channel, let me promote it, let me do something, because no one else is doing this," kind of thing.
Yeah, I've heard that Battle of Beams things. I started out on TikTok, and I started off with a different guy TikTok. And first I just went on just to kind of check it out. I do have another channel I do on YouTube, but it's I'm a licensed mechanic, so I do like mechanical repairs, and this when I get like, anything on my own vehicles or neighbor's vehicle that they say, I don't care, you can film if you want, and I'll film and do repairs, and they break it down how to do this, how to diagnose this, how to do that. So I started out doing that at first. That was like 5 years ago, and then TikTok started, and I got into doing I seen a video of some girl going over, mainly relying on the Bible, and going, this explains this explains this. I was going, no, that's wrong. I know for a fact that's wrong. That's bullshit. So I even went through it and broke down her video and put a video up, and then I just kind of got into it, where it's like doing TikTok, and then when TikTok was gonna, they're gonna shut it down in the U.S., and I thought, well, I'll still have it here.
Right.
About what I wanted to YouTube, so I thought I'm gonna get into YouTube. So I started taking my videos from that and just putting them onto a YouTube channel. So you look at my earlier ones, they're just pretty much just my TikTok videos. I'll just repost it onto a YouTube channel. And then I decided that, let's do some live streams. I bought some basic kits that off of like eBay. There's like one of the starter ones.
Yeah.
And I started doing that, and then been messing with it. That's why I'm still quite green doing some shit, like trying to get people on and stuff like that. So but that's how.
Yeah, I got one light, I got one camera, I got 3 monitors. I got a small monitor that I originally bought for chat, but the resolution's too small to read. But same thing. I just started doing this, and the funny thing was is like the Battle of the Beams was kind of like the gist of it, because I just took it apart. Yeah. And I looked at the crux of their arguments and said, okay, you're wrong, and here's why you're wrong. Here's why this works, and obviously they can't connect it, and no one sees that. But coincidentally, Battle of the Beams hasn't been brought up in months, and I personally, regardless of whether or not it's true or not, I take personal acceptance of the fact that I had something to do with that. So maybe it's a little bit of hubris on my point, but hey, you know what? As far as I look at it, as in I managed that. But the same thing is like once I started the channel, it was like, all right, what do I want to do? Well, I want to battle misinformation, and that's kind of what started. Similar to what you said, is like TikTok. Like I saw that Globey was on TikTok. I saw that a few other people on TikTok, and my daughter used to send me TikTok videos. And being the parent that I am, I'm like, well, let's see what else is on this app. Yeah. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, there is so much garbage on here. I'm like, I'm going to have endless amounts. And that's kind of where I found the fittest flat earther and some other people. Yeah. I'm like, this is insane.
Nathan Thompson showed up on there. Have you run into Nathan Thompson on his bullshit? I ripped so many of his videos apart. Yeah, I think he's got me banned. If he sees me in a live chat, he instantly just mutes me and kicks me. He can't even stand it. I think he had me up on his panel once, and he showed the Black Swan, and I went, "How come the one further back? How come you can't see the bottom of the gangway there where they walk?" I said, "Where is that?"
Right.
I went, "Kick."
And where's every other day that isn't like super refraction?
Yeah, I asked him. I said, "Well, why is the cranes all squiggly? That should be straight. And how come you can't see below the below that? That's like off the water." And he went kick. And I went, "Oh, fucking hell!" He didn't even want to address it. He just instantly kicked me out of the room. I was like, "Fucker."
Yeah. Why does the cranes have more waves than the California coastline?
Exactly. I was like,
I mean, and I think that, I mean, and to be honest, that's kind of what got into it. And one thing is like, the Drunk Debunk show was kind of shown as in like, channels you might like. So I didn't click it for like the first month. And when I clicked it and I started watching some of Mike's streams, I'm like, all right, this is a guy that I can kind of vibe with. I used to live in Boston before I moved to New York. So I'm like, all right, yeah, there's some things he talked about. He had a teenage daughter. I'm like, hey, I have a teenage daughter. Makes sense.
Yeah.
But then when I heard a story that someone approached his daughter about flat Earth, I'm like, as a parent, I'm like, that's like my biggest fear. Not that I'm worried about my daughter falling for it, but it's like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, and then like, seeing Nathan Thompson, regardless if it's on YouTube, TikTok, or whatever, go to the kids and yell and throw things, throw pamphlets and end up in a police car and God knows what else. But it just sparked me to kind of sit there and say, you know what, I've had enough. Like I used to watch this in the background, like Simon Dan, MC Toon, Fight the Flat Earth, Professor Dave. I mean, like all the normal, like large channels that I used to watch. And I remember watching specifically Simon Dan where they presented some arguments, and I'm like, you know what, those seem like some valid arguments. And I was at work playing it in the background. So I went home that night and I started looking at things. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Again, the Black Swan, like, not that I believe the flat Earth, but it was like, these arguments seem to be truthful. And it's like, all right, so how would I debunk these arguments? Not even knowing what the word debunk was at the time. And I started looking into it. I'm like, God, these guys are so wrong. Like, how can you be so wrong?
Yeah.
And it kicked with me to where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna like this. Then I started getting on Twitter and started debunking there and everything else. And again, it wasn't until the Drunk Debunk show was like, dude, no one's doing this. This is your wheelhouse. Go do it, and I'll promote you. I'll do whatever I can to help you and stuff like that. I'll have you on whatever you want to do. And I don't know if you've seen the CC impersonations that I do and stuff like that, but some of those are pretty unhinged. I try to channel CC as much as possible, and it's again because he's right down the highway from me. He's only about an hour away, and he's roughly the same age, and we've kind of gone through the same schooling, and it just baffles me how he's one end of the spectrum and I'm at the other end.
Yeah.
It's like, and the same thing, like Mikey and I were born the same year. Wow. What the fuck happened?
He had the same education approximately. I'm in my mid-40s as I did. He's from Alberta, Saskatchewan area, or I think I looked in a little bit. He's been around a few different places, but roughly the same education. I'm going, hold on, wait a minute. Like, I know what you've learned. Like, do you forget it all? Or maybe he was in the special school because it was like classes that they didn't focus on stuff like that so much. So I don't know.
Well, some of those classes were more like, how do we get you up to the bare minimum? And look, I think we can all agree that Mikey isn't real high on the IQ scale. Not that IQ scale is anything, but he has made it abundantly clear that he has learning disability, for sake of another word. So,
he says that, but he also says, I'm really smart. I'm one of the smartest people out there. I'm going, like, look, Mikey, you can't have it both ways, buddy.
He has that main character symptom, for sake of another word. And it's just like he thinks the world revolves around him. Everyone, like he's suing the Canadian Space Agency and all this other stuff. I mean, I had my hand in that too with the phone calls with Mike from Drunk Debunk.
I watched that live. That was awesome. I watched that live.
Yeah. See, here's the problem was if you get people like Mike, me, DP Debunks, like we have a very similar humor scale, and you mix in a Friday night with alcohol, and then you have someone like Max who wants to platform all of us together, and you can include Icy Spin and Monkey Cat Pat Pat and CK and some of those other ones.
Yeah.
Look, it's gonna get derailed. It's simple. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't catch Max's lives a lot because I think just the time difference is just when he's on.
Yeah.
Then it's just so late for me.
Dude, I don't catch him very often because and I want to because Max is a great guy. I mean, I've talked to Max offline multiple times. He's a great guy. I love him to death, and it's just like, I remember when he knew me as DC or Dano,
Right.
and when I changed my Discord name and my YouTube name to the Unfornicated channel, I made a message in one of his chats. He's like, Unfornicated. He goes, God, that sounds like a guy who's a virgin. You need to come on down to Uruguay and I need to get you laid. And I'm like, no, that's not what it means. It means I'm unfucking stupidity. I mean, it's a term that we use when we're talking to higher ups in the military because you don't want to say, hey, yeah, this is all fucked up. Like, no, they kind of fornicated the pooch on this. And,
All right.
It's, if I'm talking to a chief or a lieutenant, I say like, yeah, it's a monkey fucking a football, and I can use that term.
Yeah.
But if I'm talking to somebody who's like, a commander or a captain or an admiral, I'm not going to use that term out of respect. It's like talking to your parents.
Yeah.
So one of the things I started using was the term unfornicated. I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to unfornicate the whole network because we're crossing over between these different AORs and different crypto and all this other stuff. Like I'm doing a briefing. And I remember the first time I used the word unfornicated, the intel officer I was briefing, and the admiral chief of staff who was there. So the chief of staff is a full bird, or it's like a colonel in every other service, but he's a captain in the Navy. And he kind of looked up and kind of had a smirk on his face, was kind of chuckling. And he goes, I'm sorry, petty officer, what did you say? I'm going to fix this network. He goes, no. You didn't use the word fix. What verb did you use? And I said, unfornicated. And he kind of laughed and he said, I like that. He goes, you can be candid with me in that sort of way. Don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, cool. Now, I do these briefings once a week. It's something I'm going to look forward to now. And when it came time to name the channel, I'm like, what do I name this channel? I don't want to name it DC Dano. This is stupid. And I have a DC Dano channel. The only video it's got on is my daughter getting her ears pierced at 5 years old. So, but like, it's got 5 subscribers and they're all family members.
Right.
But when I started doing Unfornicated, I'm like, I got to think of a name that's just like tongue in cheek, sarcasm, satire, kind of, giant middle finger to the world kind of mentality. And that's what I came up with. I went back to my military days and I'm like, yeah, Unfornicated. This is funny. And it just so happens to be in the Urban Dictionary.
Oh, there you are. I seen it and I thought there's definitely a meaning behind that, unfornicated. I was thinking, I know it comes across as going, there's definitely a meaning behind that. So I get it now. So it's just pretty much just saying unfucked.
Yeah, well, and if you look at the logo and you blow it up, it says unfuck yourself at the top and it says established 2024 on the bottom.
Oh yes, I have seen that. Yes, I have.
Because it's like, and one of my original outros was like, look, we can't unfuck stupid people, but we can unfuck their stupidity. But I'm like, that kind of goes a little too hard. So that's when I started the whole misinformation is viral, protect yourself when you're on social media. It's kind of like playing into the whole STD thing. Like, which, look, it's gutter humor. I'm a sailor. That's what we do.
Oh, I get, I 100% get it. Yeah, it's funny. It is really cool. That's wow. I mean, you seem like you've done a lot of stuff. So I mean, you've probably got like things on me that you could probably take one thing. I could probably sort of explain it, and you could probably just go way further. I've watched your stuff, and the in depth you go is just. I've sat there and go, wow, this guy, like, you need to be promoted because I've gone, like, you have so much information. I'm learning stuff. I've been in this for a number of years, and I'm watching your stuff going, wow, like, I'm learning things I haven't learned from somebody else.
Well, and because I was saying, like, I've been in this industry as a whole for, like, 25 plus years. And one of the jobs I had was taking non-technical people. So whether, we're talking about, whether it's a presentation to like a COO, CEO, CTO, somebody who's not necessarily technical, but is in that high up position, and trying to sell them on some sort of like improvements to, save them money. But I have to present the technical parts of it in such a way that it's understandable. And I've always done that. It's always been something that I've had done. Like back in the day when T1s used to be like the biggest, or DS1s used to be the big circuits that all the businesses were buying. DS1s, DS3s, the international connotation for it. And so we'd have customers who would come to our office and they would take a tour of what we call our switch, which is handles all the voice circuits and stuff like that. So half of the room is this huge gray racks of equipment, and you look at that and say, that's what provides dial tone to our customers. Like when you pick up the phone, you hear that dial tone before you dial. That's what does that. And when you dial, this is how the calls are routed and stuff like that. And then this other half is routing all those calls from point A to point Z, as we call it, A and Z location. So I used to present those, and do you remember back in the day when we had a 3.5-inch floppy? It was 1.5 meg,
Yeah.
So I used to carry in my back pocket all the time a 3.5-inch floppy, because you never know when a customer is going to have to do, a salesperson is going to bring somebody down to walk around the NOC that I worked in, the network operations center, who does all the alarms and the tickets and stuff like that, or would want to walk around the or what we call the switch room, which is where all the equipment was. So I carried around the 3.5-inch floppy in my back pocket, and on the label I had all the different numbers written down. So when I would explain to people what a T1 was or a DS1 was, I'd say, you all know what a 3.5-inch floppy is. It's this amount of information per second over 4 wires. And then I would expand upon that by saying, now take that same disk and make a stack of 28. Now that is a DS3 per second. Now take that stack of 28, multiply it by 48 stacks, and that's an OC48, or 192 stacks for an OC192. And that was just part of what I would do. And everyone loved it and would request me to give this tour of everything else. So that became part of my job duties. So I've always kind of been like that sort of technical trainer, so to speak. Yeah. And the idea was, how do you explain it to someone who's not technical? Like my mom, growing up, never set the clock on her VCR. But yet I'm doing fiber optics and setting up 400 gig, connections to SpaceX in Florida. It's like, how do we get this far? Well, that my dad was very technical. He taught himself, he taught me, and then I just expanded upon there. But it's like, how do we, like, my sister's a finance person. She has she has an MBA in finance. She's a director of finance for a nonprofit. She does finance work. I can't do finance work. She still calls me when she has problems with her phone, her computer, and everything else. I'm like her personal IT person. And it's like, we all have our roles to play. Like I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that you do that I can't touch. Like I can, like you said, I can talk about a high level, but that's it. I'm not going any further. Yeah. But
I think somebody mentioned something.
My thing is,
Flazoid mentioned something about internal combustion engines. I need to check that out, because that's my wheelhouse. I guess your wheelhouse being on comms and stuff like that. And he said that, and I was like, I know he's a painter. He's going to know fuck all about how internal combustion engine works, right? I thought, I need to check this out, because if he can't understand something like suck, squeeze, bang, blow, then fucking then we're on.
Yeah, and it's funny. I taught myself. I have a Jeep Wrangler, so it's like a Lego car in the U.S. It's you can buy all these aftermarket parts. I do all my own work. I rebuilt the whole front end after I got in an accident. It's just something that I taught myself. Well, my stepdaughter, for sake of the word, is a mechanic. So we have our projects that we work together. Yeah, I tried to teach her as much about mechanic stuff as I could before she went off to school, and then she learned so much more. And she's always calling me about, hey, I found something weird. Can can we talk about this and see what you think and stuff like that? But like you said, like combustion engine is one of those things, like either it's your profession or it's your hobby. If it's your hobby, you're nowhere near a professional, pure and simple. And if it's not even your hobby, what the fuck are you doing talking about it? It's like, someone wants to talk about rocket motors, but he's a fucking painter. Why are you talking about this?
Yeah, I wondered the same thing. I'm going, fucking, I'll stick to, like, how do you mix paints? What's the best, like that?
Right. I mean, it's the same thing with like Witsit and like the ether cosplayers, as I call them, when they're talking about Battle of the Beams. Like, you've never applied a radio circuit engineering ever,
Yeah.
in any shape or form. And I've done it not only in a nice, calm area in downtown Los Angeles, but I also did it in a battle group in a war zone while I earned an expeditionary medal of being under fire. So, what are you bringing to this situation?
Yeah.
And that's my biggest
Yeah,
question. What have you applied? You read something, you made some sort of your own assumption based off of it, and you don't understand it. But have you tried to apply it? No? Okay, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I think a lot of times, like Witsit, and then they look at something and they'll look like maybe a title, and then they'll maybe read a couple things, and then they assume they know what the whole document is. Is like, you missed the other 20 pages that actually explained in detail what you're fucking. The first paragraph isn't explaining it, and then you probably misunderstood what you read about. Like when they bring up Michelson Morley, you understand the first paragraph says they already knew the Earth was fucking spinning. They're just looking to see if there's luminiferous ether, which they said there isn't.
Right, and they skip the
that.
whole sentence before their highlight where they talk about the, like you said, the luminescent ether and the undulating ether theory, and it's like, that's the concept. So quit cherry picking this sentence afterwards without taking the context from before, because if you look at what that is, you see where the null result comes from. But no, they just see the null result as in nope, no motion. No, dumbass.
Yeah, have you seen now they're saying, no, well, they did detect something. They did detect like, 0.3 or something like that. I was like, well, do you realize that was in the margin of error of the instrument? The instrument couldn't, that was in where it's going to just be part of the instrument error itself that it was picking up its own thing. It's not actually wasn't picking up anything. You might as well say 0.
So for anything we used to do, like in the 90s when I was in the military, we used to do this thing called HFDF or HUFDUF. It stands for high frequency direction finding. Basically, you have multiple ships who have direction finding and shore stations who have direction finding equipment. So if you think about it, we used to call the antenna, it was like a huge circular array. We used to call it an elephant cage because you could just picture the fact that it would be used to house elephants in a zoo. Right. Very tall, very wide. And depending on where it hit the antenna, you would get a line of bearing, and you have multiple sites, multiple ships and shore sites providing a line of bearing. Now you know where it is. You have 3 intersecting points. Like, hey, that's where the transmission is coming from.
Yeah.
And you do this for, whether it's radar, whether it's communications, whether you try to identify things like what we call C4I, which is communications, computer, command and control, and intelligence. And basically, you have to identify those nodes because if you're to get in a war with that country, you want to take out their command and control to start with, right? If they can't control and command their troops, then they're all blind, and chances are they're not going to put up much of a fight.
Yeah.
So, and we did this with just certain antenna arrays on ships and on shore stations to find it. Well, now, 25 years later, they use interferometry to do this,
right? And
it's along the same principle of what direction it the time that it hits an antenna versus the time it hits other parts of the antenna to identify the line of bearing and all this other stuff. I mean, the same principle applies, but it's now using interferometry and fiber optics and all this other stuff. Well, I know this from a high level because I've been out of the military and out of signals intelligence for a while. Because the funny thing about intelligence is if you're not actively involved in it, they don't want you having access to classified material. Go figure. So I know from a high level, I know how it works. I've talked to some people who've given me kind of like the down low, like a high level that may be, gray area about whether or not it's classified or not, but it's not really classified kind of mentality, just to kind of give me understanding of it. Now, could I apply that to Mickelson Morley? No, 2 different fucking tests, 2 different aspects, 2 different things that they're testing.
Yeah.
Is it the same subject matter? Yeah, in the same subject matter that we're talking about cats, whether you're talking about the cat that's curled up on the couch across the room or a lion in Africa.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like sort of like I said, the same thing, but completely different ends of the spectrum and how they would operate.
Yeah, it's in the same species or genus, but we're talking about different, like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's. Look, I failed biology. I don't remember what it is. It's like the same family, but the different species. It's weird like that. But
Yeah.
the idea that somebody who's a flat earther who thinks that they found stuff online, who sit there and thinks that they understand a subject that took me 12 weeks of in-depth training, and thinks they can read a document and understand the same amount I do. Look, dude, I'm sorry, it's not gonna fly.
No. Exactly. Yeah. And they always like bring this up like on TikTok. I'll go on there once in a while. There's one girl in there. I think she's actually ex Marine, right? And she thinks she understands lust. I don't know what she did in Marines. I haven't got that in depth, but she brings up gravity all the time.
Oh.
I always bring you know who I'm talking about? Katie.
I don't know who you're talking about, but
Yeah.
I'm already nodding my head because it's like they always want to bring up gravity and the theory of gravity as opposed to the gravitational law. Big G versus little g, and it's like you don't even understand what a fucking theory is.
And a lot of times I bring up with flat earthers, and most of them run away. And it's only because I heard it from a theoretical physicist called Dr. Blitz. He brought up the Pound-Rebka experiment, and then also Pound-Snyder was like one done after, in which he used gamma radiation going up a tower at what university was that again? Princeton? No, the University in the States. And they tested it going up and down. They had it sealed and all this. And I go, look, they could tell the red shift, blue shift, and the differences going up and down this tower from this gamma radiation. But when they go horizontally, there was no shift, no red shift, blue shift. And it had to do with the change of frequency as it went up and down. And they tested it several different ways and different times. It was down to the gravitational pull of the Earth. And I said, now explain this, because they always go, oh, it's buoyancy and density. Okay, well, explain how that's going to affect gamma radiation. And I think one, she goes, oh, it's electrostatic electromagnetism. I'm like, oh, that's funny because it was a sealed tube, but they had it grounded, and to negate any kind of external electromagnetic interference. And that's all it is. Kind of go, what? No, it doesn't prove anything. Like, no, it does. Like, you can't explain it. I'm like, I've read over the paper a few times. I got a basic kind of understanding on it, but a lot more than flat earthers do. And the fact is, it still proves upon Rebka. It still proves gravitational pull of the Earth, and how it acted upon gamma radiation on the frequencies using, I think it was iron. I can't remember the exact number of the iron, but it releases a constant flow of gamma radiation that you can measure. So.
Right. Well, and like I get all the people who say, gravity is it's electrostatics and buoyancy. So there is a college kid who was on what we call the Vomit Comet. Is a parabolic airplane, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And they do weightlessness. So he has a 10-minute video. The funny thing is, this was posted by a flat earther first. Let me get that out of the way. Because first law of FLIRF is you always post, things that debunk your claim. So so there's a short of this kid, this college kid, and I say kid because I'm an old ass bastard. There's a college kid who's holding a density tower. It's got 3 or 4 liquids in it, and you can see them all separated. And you see him, he's sitting on the ground, he's ready to go. All of a sudden they reach that parabolic arc, right? And they start free falling. And what's the first thing that buoyancy tower does? And it's just short, it's a 2-minute video. And within 30 seconds, you can see that it goes weightless and it mixes.
Yeah, everything mixes.
We eliminate gravity in that.
Yeah.
We eliminate gravity. Yeah. So gravity is a part of the buoyancy equation. And God forbid we use equations with letters because they don't understand that shit. But I digress. But it's like, all right, here's a physical demonstration. Buoyancy tube, liquids are separated, and all of a sudden they start going down in a free fall and eliminate gravity. What's the first thing that happens? It all mixes up. Debunked. That shows that gravity is real.
Yeah.
Right. It's not buoyancy. It shows gravity is real.
Yeah.
And then I've done the Cavendish experiment. I love this because I remember listening to what was his name? Caleb from TikTok talking to MC Toon about the Cavendish experiment. Professor Lund on YouTube does a great Cavendish experiment, and actually that's what I modeled it after. He has a torsion bar with 2 lead weights on it, and he puts a huge ass lead brick as the torsion bar is moving away from the location where he's going to move, where he's going to put the lead brick, puts the lead brick down. Lead does not conduct electricity.
Yeah.
We know this. And that torsion bar, as it's swaying, slows, stops, and starts coming the other way long before it reaches the arc that it was originally measured at. And for those that don't know, it's Mr. Lund Cavendish experiment on YouTube. It is a great experiment. He shows it, and it's time lapse because it's not sudden. It takes time.
Yeah.
And I've done that experiment in my freaking garage with my daughter. Showed how, and I showed her how it works. I didn't video at the time because I wasn't part of this freaking community of science deniers at the time.
There's a
So
fellow
I'm going
on
to
TikTok.
recreate that in the garage.
There's a fellow on TikTok that goes by the name of Stingray, and he lives in the UK, and he is specialist in like doing he did a whole bunch of stuff for 3D graphics and worked for companies, and he also produces 3D prints things. He's made and designed and printed a Cavendish experiment that he's going to give to different schools that they can actually use, and he's putting out the whole, if you got a 3D printer, he's put out the whole thing that you can go print off your own. He's designed it and everything. It's got like all these gears that you can turn it, and it's got goes down, and you can change the distance of the masses, and you can change the masses out. So if you don't like lead, you can put on something else. You can put on different things, or even change the masses. So that way you can say, and it's all connected together. So you can't say it's electrostatics because it's all grounded together. But he's designed this whole unit that people can actually have, and you can 3D print and make your own at home to do it yourself. And he shows it how it works, and they always just lose their shit. He has a whole model on Blender that he'll model the flat Earth versus the globe, just by using just geometry, and he's always just cooks the flat Earthers. They hate him. They cannot stand him because he just takes their model and puts it to the test, and they don't like it.
Well, and it's funny when like when we talk about people that flat earthers hate, like obviously MC Tunas and FTFE are high on that list.
Oh yeah.
But Professor Dave is real high on that list too. Now, I've watched Professor Dave videos for the better part of, I don't know, 7 years or so, because he started going over things like physics that I haven't touched in 20 some odd years. He went over some math things that I haven't touched in 20 years. Yeah. And as I got into this community, I'm like, I need to brush up on a class I took God knows how long ago. Back when I wasn't shaving on a daily basis. So, I watched some videos and took over, classics and refamiliarized myself with the concepts. And then you start getting into flat Earth and some of the things like with globe busters and stuff like that. And that was like the kind of the where I took the clip for the patrolling the ice wall, the resources it would take from that. Because Bob Nodell is on Globebusters saying, have you ever heard of radar, Dave? It's a thing, Dave. And I'm like, oh, great. Let's use radar. Let's talk about radar. Because again, things people don't understand is what they're saying. And it's like, let me tell you how this actually fucking works. And I try to break it down in such a way that understands it. And actually, Joe Black is in the chat. And Joe Black made the animation of a single 1,500-mile bubble. If you watch the video, and it expands out to the whole like Gleason map to show that it takes 44 bubbles to cover this.
Right.
And Joe Black is one of my go-tos when I need an animation.
Oh, right.
When I need something like specific. He's also done some posters, he did some Third Avengers posters, he's done some songs, he's done a lot for me. And one thing I would to say is not just Joe, but the whole community. There's a large collection of people who don't want to be on camera like us, who want to help, and they are willing to help. And I always feel bad asking them. And every time I ask them, they're like, not a problem. Like Joe Black did the intro for the Unfornicated channel. So you see the one where it's like the color bars, and then it says like science denial. Then it goes to static, and then it goes to misinformation. And it goes to static, and it goes to bullshit. He made that for me after I just told him like, this is what I'm looking for. And he just hit me up like 2 hours later and says, how's this work? And I'm like, dude, like exactly what I had in mind. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
nice.
They're so willing to help and offer their time and offer their expertise. It's like this community is such a great community. But the best part about it is none of them none of them will claim to know everything about anything.
Yeah. No.
Like, I'm an RF guy. Do I know a little bit about combustion engines? Yeah. Do I know enough about you? Hell no.
Yeah.
Do I know enough about physics to go up against Tune? No.
No.
Do I know
Yeah.
enough about about relativity to go up against FTFE? No. Or anything else to go against Professor Dave? Hell no. Look, here's my niche. This is where I'm at.
Mhm.
This is my realm. I try to explain this as easy as possible for everyone to understand. That's it.
Yeah. I think where I kind of sit is kind of more like I do a lot of I got my telescope and I try to go out and do as much as I can, try to explain stuff. I'm not really, I can't go up against like Tune, because the math, if you, like you said, there's certain things he can do. I wouldn't even attempt, right? I just be like, I look at Tune and go, yeah, okay. I kind of understand what he's talking about, but I mean, some of the maths and stuff like that are probably just a little bit, I haven't done this so long. Like I've sat and like redone trig and gone, oh crap, how do you do this again? Like shit. I'm like, okay, oh yeah, that's right, yeah. And then but it's just stuff I haven't had to use in so long. Certain things I do use, but I have used in my daily life. But yeah, and I don't claim to know everything. But if I don't, I try to go to the experts. I'll go, oh, I don't know anything, but here's a physics paper, here's a physicist, or here's this person, here's like Professor Tony, PhD Tony. Fucking, I want to know stuff like that. Man, he's the guy, right? He knows what he's doing. He does it all the
Especially
time.
when you talk about like seismology and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, like case in point, we talk about PhD Tony. He had a debate with Witsit, and they brought it up on the Globebusters channel recently when he made his comeback tour. And he asked PhD Tony about RF things, and he's like, "Dude, I'm a seismologist. I don't pretend to know RF. I can tell you basics. Give me your citation and I'll look at it, but like this isn't my field." It's not to say he doesn't know it, but he doesn't know it to like say the level of me or the level of somebody else. And he'll talk about it, but he talks about it. Yeah. He knows his limitations.
Yeah, he knows his limitations. I've seen him say that. People brought stuff up. I think I watched him. We wanted to was it FTFE or MC Tune? I watched both quite a bit. He came on to one of their channels. I think it was FTFE and talked to a flat earther. And I think I asked a few things, and Tony went, "Well, I don't know so much about that. That's not really my specialty. So you'd have to look into that. But here's this, and then this is what I know about this. So it's good. He's got the humble enough to say that he knows. He's not going to claim to know everything.
Well, and like we talk about we talk about Tune. Tune's got an electrical engineering degree. He's done RF stuff, but he hasn't done it since school. Yeah. And his realm right now is more about like software engineering. That's what he does. But he knows enough about RF to at least filter to people. Like I talked to him on Twitter one time. I'm like, hey, you want to have a conversation with Ross about the Ace High network? I'm happy to fucking school him. And he goes, not worth the time, not worth your time, definitely not worth my time, because he doesn't even understand what ERP is. And I'm like, okay, you made every argument I need to know. I'm fine with it. Because Ross was bringing up some of these stupid things about RF. He was basically just parroting Witsit and is schooling the Globers RF thing and stuff like that. And I've done my best to kind of debunk that with some of my declassified things about A-side network and tropospheric scattering and some of these other things that we use. And it's like, this is systems I've used. I've actually had hands-on.
Yeah.
You haven't. So pretending that you understand them is like fucking... And the fact that Ross thinks he understands something as well as Witsit, who thinks he understands something as somebody who's done it, is beyond me. Yeah. Like, Ross, you are literally a parrot at this point.
Yeah. Oh, you talking Ross? You talking, was it Fly Earth Jesus or something like that? Where he calls himself?
No. It is Ross. He's like a musician, and he had a couple of things with MC. He interrupts like all the time. He was with there's a European musician. What the hell was his name? He wears like the flat cap backwards. His name's right on the tip of my tongue.
He's Frank. Like he's oh crap, and he lives in Sweden or something like that. He's got like a
yes.
He's got the mustache. Like I'm crazy. Yes. What are you talking about now?
It's
Ross,
like, It was him and Ross against MC Tune and like FTFE, and I'm like, dude, you guys are clowns.
Ross is I know you're talking crap. Yeah, he does. He talks a lot. it goes on and it's like it interrupts. Yeah.
And
There's also
has
another Ross
audio
too.
problems out the yin yang. Like either his
Yeah.
mic has got too much gain, has no gain, and
Yeah.
it's like, oh my god, dude, can you not find a level somewhere in your system to find out where you're talking like you're getting clipped and you're not like even registering? Come on.
But he claims to know all about audio. Like he him and what the hell? I know you talk about they go and argue about like different music all the time. You think he knows about that? You
Yeah.
think his audio would be spot on? And yeah, I know you're talking. It's just he's always just it's just always so freaking. It's just it's so janky.
Yes, Joe Black, the pull it up guy. Yes, the pull it up guy. Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Pull it up.
Pull it up.
Yeah.
Pull it up. Okay, let me pull it up. Let me explain it to you. And the funny thing, like, and like I said, I try to explain these and try to use analogies that make it easy. Like, like when I talk about tropospheric scattering and like a common volume, I use a rear view mirror after someone cuts you off and you want to give them the international gesture for, get the fuck out of here. Like that rear view mirror, you can't see each other, but the rear view mirror is a common volume between you two to where you can see that. So I try to use analogies that to explain complex technical things in such a way that makes it easy to understand. But if you ask these guys to explain it, like, okay, fine, you read your script, great. Now explain it to me like I'm 6. And it's like, crickets, silence.
Yeah, when you were talking Ross, I thought you were talking about Iron Horse. I mean, you've seen him. He's an Aussie guy with long beard.
Oh.
Right. His name
Iron
is Ross
Horse
as
is
well.
a different. Yeah,
Not Iron
Iron Horse
Works,
is
Iron
a different
Horse.
mentality. Hold on.
Iron Horse,
Hold
not
on,
Iron
I
Works.
got to turn on my light here because we're starting to. Because we're on a globe, we're starting to lose some sunlight here. So let me.
Yes.
Let me turn on my light so I can figure out where
Iron
the button
Horse.
is. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
He
goes by Fire Jesus as
Vlad,
well.
Ironworks is a different personality for me. So, well, let me give you a little bit of thing about Vlad. So cryptology in the Navy has 5 different branches. You have the CTA, which is your admin. When I was in, there was a CTO, which was your communications. You had your CTR, which is collections. You had your CTT, which is technical, and you had your CTI, which is interpretive, which is your linguist. So these are all part of communications intelligence, listening in on communications to identify it. Now, each one has their specialty. The linguist is kind of self-explanatory, right? You have a Russian linguist with you when you're near Russia. You have a Chinese linguist when you're near China. You have a Farsi linguist with you when you're near Iran. Simple. Yeah, not Iron Horse, Iron Works is the difference.
I was talking Iron Horse.
So Iron Works.
Yeah.
So Iron Works was a CTT, a T brancher.
Right.
Which means he was technical. Now their specialty is radar and missile defense. It's the same thing as, say, an EW in the Navy or electronic warfare specialist in the Navy, but with a higher clearance. And there's kind of like I was the same as a radioman, but I had a higher clearance because we have a similar job, but different goals, I guess you could say, different purviews that were, areas of responsibilities that were ours.
Yeah.
So being a communications guy, I know what line of sight communications does. I know that I can watch a ship go over the horizon. I can watch the mast go over the horizon, dip below. It doesn't become too small to see or too small of a resolution because we're talking about a warship that's over 300 feet long. And we see it go over the horizon, and all of a sudden, I don't have line of sight communications to anymore. Now I have to do one of 2 things. I have to switch to an HF frequency that bounces off the ionosphere, or I have to use a plane as a relay. Well, if the world was flat, why would I have to do that? It doesn't attenuate that far because I can talk to a plane that's, say, 10,000 feet over the ship that I'm trying to talk to. Like, let's say it's directly over the ship I'm talking to and it's at 10,000 feet. Well, my distance to that plane is longer than it would be to that ship. Let's say the ship's at 50 miles. Because the way angles work, right? It's actually, the hypotenuse would be to the plane as opposed to a direct line to the other ship. So why do I have to use an aerial relay on this exactly?
Yeah.
Or if I have 2 ships in a row that were steaming along, one's at 15 miles. The other one's at 50 miles because, it's the way aircraft carrier battle group works. We have these rings of protection because everybody wants to sink an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
I can talk to the one at 15 miles away, but I can't talk to the 50 miles away. I have to go through that other ship as a relay. Why is that? If the world was flat, it wouldn't be a problem.
Or
You can't say it's going to be attenuated because I can talk to a plane 100 miles away.
Exactly. Well, there's
depending on altitude.
There's a fella I interact quite a bit on TikTok. He used to be the Navy, but he was crap, brains going right now. Radar operator. And he goes, why is it that at a certain point I don't see the ship anymore, but I'll see the clouds further up? Why can't I see the clouds at the end of my radar, but I can't see? He goes, why is it? Why am I picking up that? Why am I picking up a storm system that's up above? That's like 5 miles above the surface of the Earth. If the Earth is flat, I shouldn't see that. And he explains radar quite a bit.
So I got to stand a watch at an Aegis terminal just because, on a ship, you all cross-train and there's certain, let's call it a certification that you can get. It's called ESWIS, Enlisted Surface Warfare Specialist. So if you know enough about your ship, you stand watches at all these different parts of the ship, engine room, radar, even mess decks, administrative duties, things like that, communications. You stand all these watches on aircraft carriers, that includes the flight deck. Then you go in front of this board, which is like 5 members, and they quiz you on this. It's an oral board. And if you pass, then you get this nice pin. It gives you a couple extra points for a promotion, and it's a badge of honor. That you know enough about the ship to earn this pin. And I was working towards, there's an air warfare that's specifically about air ops, with squadrons and different types of planes. There's one for surface warfare, which is about surface ships and things like that. There's subsurface one called Dolphins, which goes for submarines and things like that. But you have to know enough about your ship to be able to pass this board, this oral exam. And while I was studying for this and while I was trying to do it, I kind of ran out of time because I had other things. I kind of knew I wasn't sticking around long enough, so I was kind of like trying to take other trainings that I can kind of transfer to the civilian sector, because when you come out of the Navy as a cryptologist, there's only really one place you can go, and that's NSA. And at the time, I was born and raised in San Diego. I did not want to leave San Diego to go move to Maryland. That's like saying I want to leave, I don't know what the UK version is, but it's like to leave someplace where it's relatively warm with beaches to go somewhere out in the middle of the mountains and not have beaches and stuff like that. So,
all right, like say
I made the move eventually.
South Coast to like Dover to move up to northern
Scotland. Go from the south coast to Scotland. Yeah. I wasn't high on my list of things to do. I ended up making the move anyway later in life, but that's beside the point. So I'm trying to take up training that was going to be able to transfer into the civilian sector to make, basically make it so I have a job, because I can say I'm a cryptologist, but no one knows what it means, and I can't have a conversation about the classified version of it because they're obviously not cleared. So that was always one of the issues that I dealt with. But one of the things I had to do is stand a watch at an Aegis radar terminal. And there's 2 modes, and they talk about this in the Flatten the Curve documentary, that you have one that only goes, say, 20 miles out, and then you have another one that goes hundreds of miles out. Well, yeah, because radar is an air search radar to begin with. So the reason why it only goes 20 miles out is because that's your radar horizon. Everything past that is because it's higher in altitude. Not hard. It's very easily explainable. And it's a whole other thing. Like, I do a lot of work with cell towers now. I can tell you about the GPS assistance with triangulation between cell towers as opposed to strictly from satellites. All these other things. I can talk about all these different things from telecommunications, but it's like, why? Because they don't understand it anyway. It's not worth it.
Who is
so
I think,
that's why I'm trying to pick my subjects.
Flat Dave is trying to claim that cell tower triangulation is more accurate than using trilateration from using GPS satellites. I was like, no, that's wrong. Like,
well, in a sense, okay.
In
his defense, he's obviously confused. Yeah, he's confused. When you work them together, yes, you can get within a meter of where you actually are. You can even get what direction you're facing in. If you use
Yeah.
just GPS, it's more within, say, 5 meters or 10
Yeah.
meters. When you use the satellites with the cell towers, that's where you get it. So it's like you can never turn off GPS. You can put on airplane mode, which is just satellite, right? It's receive only, right? So there's no signals being transmitted. So you can put on airplane mode and still get your GPS.
Yeah.
But you can't get as fine tuned. You're going to be off by any number of meters because it's not as fine tuned as, say, satellite with the cell tower. Because if you're talking these 3 cell towers, again, triangulation, a line of bearing to each one, where they all cross, that's where you're at, together with the antenna, gives you within 1 meter. Yeah.
Yeah.
It tells me where I am in the building of my apartment complex and which direction I'm facing.
Yeah.
But can it do that with just a satellite? No.
No. Or even
Satellite's
just
a hell of a lot higher.
or even just like using like your mobile phone or your cell phone signal. Like if I'm inside a house where I can't see the sky anymore, I watch my thing goes bigger. Like I just can't. It's missing that.
Right.
And but I can go somewhere.
Yeah,
have my GPS on my Google Maps, heading somewhere, lose satellite my cell phone signal, and still be able to know exactly where I'm going and how far and how fast I'm going, as long as I have clear.
Right. It's the difference between a pinhole, right? It's like a pin in a map versus a window.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like that's the difference.
Yeah, it's just that
towers and satelloons, real sickness. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yes. Satelloons. Yeah. Satelloons that somehow are able to maintain or despite where the winds are going, it can still maintain a course and travel faster than any plane. Yet they don't burn up, and I know you'll see them go around again. I can track Starlink right now. I can look up, see where Starlink is using my using an app on my phone, and it'll look up and watch Starlink go over my house.
Right. Yeah, you can see the whole train coming through, and depending on the lighting and everything else, you can watch the train pass overhead.
Yeah. First time my wife saw that, she was like, "Whoa, what's that?" I went, "Oh, it's Starlink." She's like, "I've never seen that in my life." I'm like, help me out my telescope. And
Well,
first time she's seen it.
And
she's
meanwhile,
like,
you're
"Holy
like,
shit."
yeah, you haven't seen it in your life because no one's done it.
Yeah. You haven't been out to look at it. Like, you have to find it.
Well, and I kind of broke this down on Twitter. Like, flat earthers like to say 95% of the communication goes through undersea cables. Yeah, well, no shit. The reason why is cost, because like a cost per gig for a satellite, like, I'm talking about the old stuff before Starlink came out. We had Inmarsat and a couple other satellites systems that we used for like DirecTV through the internet, right? So so these would have anywhere from 24 to 36 transponders, and each transponder was like 150 meg. Now, technically, you could put a full gig through that satellite, but you'd have to take all the transponders and basically sacrifice anybody else using it.
Yeah.
So the cost to put that satellite up is about $400 million. The cost to put the undersea cable from California, Los Angeles, Hermosa Beach to Alexandria, Australia was $400 million. Very comparative. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
The bandwidth to use that cable is roughly about $30,000 to $40,000 per gig for the undersea cable.
Yeah.
The cost to use the satellite per gig is $100 million. 30 to 40,000, 100 million.
Yeah.
What is the best use of the technology? Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
A lot of things go through fiber optics because it's faster. There's no latency. There's not as much latency. Latency between California and Australia, which is a long distance, is 170 milliseconds.
Yeah.
Latency using a satellite is anywhere from 200 to 500 milliseconds, more than twice the speed. And that's just to get to the ground station, which now has to use fiber optics to get to you.
Yeah.
So like if you're using Starlink, even, like let's say your signal has to go up to Starlink. Starlink has to turn around and send that signal down to a shore station, like a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And wherever, like let's say like you're in Liverpool, let's say the receiver is in Wales. It goes to Wales. Then it has to go from Wales across fiber optics all the way to you. And it may have to go through a couple different companies, couple different gateways to get to you. Because you might be on British Telecom, but it's got to go through Comcast, to go to Starlink, to go to insert various companies here, Orange Telecom, Deutsche Telekom, whatever.
Yeah.
So let's say you're on British Telecom, you have to now take, anything that comes to you has to backtrack from you to British Telecom to where it interfaces with, say, Orange Telecom.
Mhm.
Orange Telecom, which is based out of France, is, let's say, in London. And from London, they have to connect to Deutsche Telekom. Deutsche Telekom, which maybe provides the connection for the Starlink land station, has to connect to. Each one of those adds latency to it to where you have 500 milliseconds.
Wow.
You can very easily tell the difference between a land-based internet connection and a satellite-based internet connection.
Yeah. But it's like you watch FTFE's been using Starlink, and how many problems he's had. Now he's going to fiber optics and that's what I use. And I use, I think, about 1 gig or something like that, or probably one of the top ones. And there's like, I don't have near the issues he does. And my computer's shit compared to he has. I got an old Dell laptop that I bought used off eBay.
So what's the company you use for fiber optic? Just,
Virgin.
Off a whim.
Yeah.
Okay, so Convergent.
Virgin.
So
Yeah.
Convergent actually is also a US-based company also. So
Yeah.
let's say Convergent backhauls you from, let's say, Liverpool, for a second of the works. I know you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
So you connect to Liverpool, where there's what we call a network interface between Convergent and, say, British Telecom and Liverpool. Then you go across the British Telecom network down to London. And then from there, it goes over the Wales, where it gets on the cable and wireless. Now it has an interface with cable and wireless, where cable and wireless manages the undersea cable that goes all the way to New York. So now, let's say, like you and I are talking right now. So you go from Convergent to British Telecom down to cable and wireless across the Atlantic to me to New York. From there, it connects to another carrier, let's say, cable wireless and my company is in the same what we call telecom hotel, or same building. So there's a network interface between cable and wireless and myself, and the company that I have. And then from there, it routes from New York City all the way up to where I'm at now. That's how the internet works. That's what they call the cloud. That's all the interconnections between all these different companies.
Oh.
That's still going to be less than using a satellite to a shore station to do the exact same thing of interconnections between different companies to get to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they said the satellite is good, like I said. Like somebody pointed out, like there's no towers or anything out in the ocean, and that's where they say, well, how come we can still communicate with people, like ships out in like this South Sea, where there's like massive, huge distances, and that's where you say, "Oh, cell towers."
And
where's
they
the
always
closest cell tower?
Well, and they always bring up these pictures of these MD 9000 buoys. Now, these MD 9000 buoys are specifically, monitored, especially around Ireland, also around the English Channel. They're not worldwide. They're around Colombia. They're around a couple other places, but specifically this company that makes this buoy, it has GPS, but it has GPS to know where its location is.
Yeah.
And the other sensors that it provides, it doesn't transmit out a GPS location to other ships. What it provides is it tests the salinity of the ocean, the temperature of the ocean, temperature of the air, the pressure of the air. And like they have all these like 9 different sensors on this buoy to help with weather forecasting.
Yeah.
It doesn't provide GPS. Just because it has it, and the same thing with cell towers. Like some people have taken a picture of a panel that's labeled GPS. Hold on 1 second, because the dog's barking at something furry outside. Hold on.
All right.
I don't want to yell into your stream. So they so what they do is they have these so these buoys, present all this weather forecast information, and they get sent out via satellite, which don't exist on a flat Earth, through the Iridium network to connect to a shore tower to be able to provide the models.
Yeah.
Now, outside of, like I said, these buoys aren't worldwide. They're around Colombia, Venezuela, Ireland, and the UK.
Hmm.
What if you're in the Southern Ocean or around Australia?
Yeah.
What then? They assume that because these buoys exist and have all these sensors that they're transmitting GPS signals, and they're worldwide. They're all over the place. I've done quite a bit of sailing. I haven't seen these buoys once.
Yeah. Like they assume shit. They see this and go, "Oh, we found this buoy, like you said, around a few places. Well, they must be everywhere." But without actually looking, and say, "Oh, wait a minute, they're only in very select locations. They're not everywhere." And so, like you said, somebody South Ocean by Australia, well, there's not even a buoy even freaking remotely close to them. So how are they getting? How they're communicating? Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Those buoys don't do what I think they do.
So, something that the Canadian space advocate just said. He said he thought that that all the connections for undersea cables was Halifax. Well, Canadian space advocate, you're participating in some Canadian exceptionalism here. While it's mostly true to a certain extent, it actually there are some direct connects directly to New York, and that's just the East Coast for the U.S. If you look at the worldwide usage of internet traffic, the U.S. is actually higher than everybody else's because we provide more broadband connections to more people, and we have a larger population. India is a close second. So the connections from the U.S. are New York. Also, there are some through Halifax. Don't get me wrong. There's a connection between New York and Halifax on some companies, and from Halifax to Europe to the UK. And there are some connections that go over to, I think, France or Spain or Portugal or something like that. And then on the West Coast, you have cables that go to Hawaii, and then go from up to Japan, down to Singapore, and some that go directly from Los Angeles down to Australia. There's 2 cables that are being built specifically by Google, and you're going to love this. They go from Australia to South America and the west coast of Australia around Perth to South Africa. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's exactly it right there. So the funny thing is these new cables that they're building, they're going to be done by next year, is Flat Earth is done, because I can do latency tests on this that tells me exactly what the distance is, because the way these cables work is there's no added latency by repeaters because they use it's iridium doped amplifiers. It's a complicated thing, but basically these amplifiers that send a signal don't add any latency. So I can tell you exactly what the length of the cable is between Perth and South Africa and between Sydney and, say, Chile by just doing a quick test. A quick test is to tell me what the latency is. Yeah, exactly. So here you go. So you see a lot of them go to New York. Some of them go to Halifax. That go through Greenland first. But you see like a lot of them connect into Philly and New York. And then you see a lot of them that connect into Seattle, and a lot of them into LA, and then LA to Hawaii. And there are some that actually isn't shown on here. It does not go through Hawaii. It goes from LA to Australia direct, and has a couple of spurs that go off to it's what we call the Southern Cross Next cable. It goes from and again, this is a cable that A, we use, and B, I've studied primarily because of Flat Earth. It goes from LA to Sydney, Australia. And there's a couple of spurs that go off to New Zealand, not Tahiti, but like French Micronesia, Hawaii, and stuff like that. But you can get a direct line. There's 12 fibers. There's a direct line between, maybe it's 24 fibers. It goes from LA directly to Sydney. Those cost a lot of money for us to have. But if we have enough services on them, it makes business sense to do that.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's all about money, isn't it? And Flat Earthers forget about this when it comes to companies. And what's actually viable? So close the window you have right now. And then go to the pictures that you have, and this is something Flat Earthers do, and I just want to point it out to everybody else. It's funny. There aren't many cities on the East Coast of Canada. Correct. You're absolutely right. So do you see that one on the left? It says, wait, scroll up to the top. Oh, yeah. You see the one that says, how do something about how do fiber optic cables work? It said, how do undersea fiber optic cables work? That first one on the images. Oh, this one here, yeah.
All right, I got to wait for the stream to catch up because I'm not seeing your screen until it comes up.
Yeah, hold on.
So, okay, so the funny thing is So if you can enlarge that picture, I want to kind of give everybody a quick understanding of this. One, something that's funny is that because it's glass, it doesn't bend, and so therefore it doesn't go over the curvature. That's something a flat earthers say. These things come on spools.
Yeah.
They bend all the time. That doesn't thing. So if you look at this is not a fiber optic cable. This is a power cable. Because you see all the copper on those three main things, that's what passes power through. If this was a fiber optic cable, the fiber optic would be in the middle between these two, between armor or shielding for the pressure. And what they do is when they lay this, when they get to the end of a cable, they mount what we call an EDFA or an amplifier. And what it does is it clamps, it gets spliced in on one end of the cable, then the new cable gets spliced into the other side, and then they drop that into the ocean. It gets power through the cable itself to amplify it. But if this was a fiber optic cable, then there would be, in the middle is where the glass would be. Because there's nothing in the middle, this isn't a fiber optic cable. So backtrack this. So if you go back one more, we'll see that there's another picture of a fiber optic cable, and I'll show you exactly what the difference is. And again, we actually laid undersea cable because New York has a giant river in the middle of it called the Hudson River, between New Jersey or even New York and the other side of New York. We laid undersea cable between the two, so I got to see what it actually looks like at the end of the cable. Now, again, I wasn't part of Flat Earth at the time, so I never thought to take a picture to prove this shit. But yeah, so pick that one right there that you said, the submarine cable. Yeah, there you go. In the middle there, on the upper left-hand corner.
Just give me a second so we can get the focus on that one.
Yeah, so if you look at the outer ring, all those dots, that's metal to armor it. Then you have these plastic in the middle. You have other armor, so these other little these little groups of three, those are going to be for the power. And in the middle itself would be where the fiber optics are, because the fiber optics need to be the most protected because they're the most fragile.
All right.
So the armor around the outside, that row of four that's around the outside, where you see the yellow on the outside and the little yellow rim in the middle, that's just armoring. That's just to protect it from the pressure to start with.
So that's just metal armor there.
Yeah, real
on the outside. Yeah.
Cygnus, I believe you're on Twitter. Marjorie from Lake George, New York, right up the road from me, says that fiber optic cables, it has to be flat because fiber optic cables don't bend. Now, meanwhile, I can take a fiber optic cable of just one fiber in my hand, and I can actually tie it into a knot and not break the glass. And these come on spools. And the funny thing is while the outer diameter might be larger, as you get down to the middle, the inside diameter, they're kind of tightly wound on each other, usually within a certain percentages. So depending on the cable and how much armoring is and stuff like that, there's a certain radius it's a mathematical equation based on the radius that you can bend it before you start creating what we call micro bends or you can crack the glass and things like that. Actually, I'm going to look it up real quick because I'm thinking about it. So it's 20 times the diameter of the cable under tension during pulling. Or yes, exactly. So okay, so if you look at the one that says 2599, it's a UC connection, 50 ohm, everything else. Yeah, so that's the picture you have right now, that is an inside cable. So that's basically each tube has 12 fibers in it. Each tube has 12 fibers in it, and each grouping has a certain amount of tubes, and then the fiber itself. So that looks like a 144 cable.
Yeah, but like I said, I got fiber optic here, and they bend. I can bend it like any other cable.
Yeah. Well, so back out of that picture you're in right now, and this is the part that is crazy. Yeah, Cygnus, isn't it? It's Marjorie. So consider the source. So you're looking for one that's called a fiber jumper, and you'll see it rolled up, and it's within a 6-inch loop. Like if you look at the fiber optic cables, OM1, OM2, OM3, right there on the gray, or even any ones that say the 2599, they're like the gray cables, and you see them curled up on themselves.
Hold on here. We have thing to go back.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, jumper. There you go. I'm a little behind you.
Yeah.
You see how all these are curled up on themselves? Tell me it doesn't fucking bend, because that's
Yeah.
a single fiber. Correct. Correct, sword swinger. You're absolutely right. It's there's a certain bending that goes into it, and again, it's not like glass in a window with no bend. This is very thin glass that's like human hair. There's a certain flexibility that goes to it and everything else. And again, depending on the size of the core, depending on its usage and stuff like that, depends on its radius. So generally speaking, we say 20 times the diameter of the whole cable. So the cable is 20 let's say it's 2 inches wide. 20 times that, so 100 so we're talking about 40 inches bend. So you're talking about from a 90-degree bend from point A to point B, it can bend up to 40 inches over that 90-degree bend. So that means a 4-foot bend for a 2-inch cable. Chances are you're not bending a 2-inch cable more than 40 inches anyway because of the strength members that are in it. You know, it's like it's the way they come up with this is stupid. And then you have other things like 10 times the cable diameter when not under tension. So if it's just laying in what we call cable trays on the top, like if you're inside a data center, or if it's just laying on the ground and stuff like that. So if you have, again, 2-inch cable that's just laying on the ground, it can do a 90-degree bend in the span of 20 inches. That's less than 2 feet.
Well, it's like the whole thing. If you ever seen like cables in a house, the cables, because you don't have to move
Yeah.
and bend. Cables are quite solid copper, but like in a vehicle, they're thin strands because they need to be bend to be able to flex and move a bit. So it's the same material, but between it's smaller, you can get a lot more bending and moving. But like in a house, your cables will just be solid copper with shielding on the outside.
Yeah, and Jim Daniels, you're absolutely right. So when you run them within a data center, there's a certain bend radius that you can take. Everything is like gentle sweeps. You don't crank it right to a 90-degree and expect it to go through, because the bend will affect different wavelengths of the light and stuff like that. So light travels at different wavelengths, whether it's 850 nanometers, 1310 nanometers, or 1550, or any number of the different channels on the DWM spectrum. Yeah, you need a gentle sweep to go through that. We all dress them in such a way that there's no 90-degree bends in it. Everything is a gentle sweep to kind of go through it, because you don't want to affect, because here's the thing, if you put a kink in it or a bend in it too much, something like 1310 can travel fine. But if you go to put long haul, like say between New York and Philadelphia, when it hits that bend, it's going to be attenuated so much it can't be usable. And that's what we call a micro bend or macro bend. So it only affects one wavelength because the wavelength is so much longer. It doesn't go around that curve, but shorter wavelengths can make it around the curve without too much of a problem with less attenuation. But again, people who do fiber optics are not flat earthers.
No, they're not. I've
People
always
who do
wondered how it
radio
gets through.
are not flat earthers.
Now, anybody who understands radio, even like shortwave, like ham radio, understand that the Earth is a globe and how it works.
Yeah, like my biggest question is, explain the ionosphere propagation or a skywave bounce on a flat Earth. Why is it necessary?
Yeah. And why do you have to?
Why?
Why do you have to angle it up to get the bounce? Why don't you just send it straight?
Right. Well, even if it's omnidirectional bounces, it's like, then why does it end at, depending on, why is the radar horizon where it ends across the ground dependent on frequency, power, and the height of the transmitter?
Yeah.
Why does the height matter? I should be able to talk to, if the Earth's flat and I'm in in the Midwest of the United States, I should be in Kansas and be able to talk to Chicago directly, but I can't. Why not? Why do I have to bounce off the ionosphere to do that?
It's something they can't explain. Although those claim, oh, you're bouncing off the firmament. That's the best one I like. You're bouncing it off the firmament.
And Sword Swinger, you're right. I mean, some of the cables are buried, but a lot of the undersea cables aren't buried, which is what they had a problem with in Scandinavia with a well, there's some discrepancy of what caused the break, and there's been some discrepancy as what's caused some of the other breaks worldwide. Like there's some been off of Africa that was caused by tectonic shifts. There was some in the Red Sea that may or may not have been naturally caused versus nefariously involved because China has gone out of the way to show that they can cut cables, undersea cables, very easily with remote rovers, which would be detrimental in a wartime situation. Right, Space Advocate, you're right. So pressure, temperature can affect movement of light through a fiber optic cable. It's minuscule, but all you have to say is that it affects light. It's like therefore flat because that's the way flat earthers work, right? It's the context that was provided into. A lot of pressure means the core gets smaller, depending on where it is in the cable, how much armoring is, and stuff like that. So if the core gets smaller, therefore it doesn't travel as far. If the core gets bigger, then you get chromatic dispersion that goes through it, and now therefore you need repeaters closer because the light starts scattering when it gets too far away and things like that. It's all sets up.
I think I remember.
Yeah,
Sorry, just
no
reading
shit.
Calibrate. Sorry, Swinger. I think he was part of the signals as well, weren't you? Sorry, Swinger. Sorry, just
and if he's along, say, set up comm channels behind lines to transfer data, and each dish had to align over terrain, no matter the distance. I wish it was flat. Said no shit. Imagine being on a ship with a battle group trying to talk to everybody who's anywhere from 25 to 50 miles away to provide us our protection. I wish it was flat, so I didn't have to go through some jackass in an airplane to relay and play telephone to talk to another ship too far down, or use a different frequency that bounced and play with the frequency to figure out on what the weather conditions or atmospheric conditions are for that day to see if I can hit, me being a moving transmitter, to hit a moving target to be able to communicate with them to say, hey, we need you to do this, that, or whatever. Oh, switch operator. Okay, so I was a radio and satellite communications guy. We called them cryptologic technicians in the U.S. Navy, or CTOs. So I was a CTO too. And again, you can't pass fiber because fiber is the refractive index of glass is very similar to radio through the atmosphere, and the difference is, hey, I don't have a horizon to worry about now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and turn on my camera for 1 second. I'm gonna go use the restroom because I've been having a few too many drinks today. Hey, at least I'm honest about it. Actually, let's see. You know what? You guys can just watch the chair. I'll be right back.
All right. How's it going, Sir Swinger? Your workmate? Yeah, I think Dano was in it for quite a while. I don't know how long he served for, but yeah. A lot of information. He's got a lot. Get to the part where you pee. Oh, no, wrong button. Oh, no. That's not it. Oh, in Flint, he did full learn. You're ready to twist somebody up, were you?
He was reaching to punch me out.
Okay.
I need to write up a report, and I'm charging the fucking asshole.
Sorry
I got it
about
live
that,
on
I'll
YouTube, okay?
Okay, so what we're gonna do, there's another officer dispatch to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna take your detail, and
Yeah.
then the officer is investigating it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's lucky I didn't get out of the fucking car, man. Wow. Is your Sean Mole working tonight?
Mole,
Yeah.
not sure. No.
Yeah,
Not.
okay.
Ah, you're back. Jim Daniels. Don't be like Mikey and P in the bottle.
Yeah, I guess we derailed your. I guess we derailed your conversation about Mikey.
That
My
that's all right.
apologies.
That's all right. I covered Mikey quite a bit. I think people are getting pissed off. So it's nice to have something a little different. I get a lot of information as well. So it's quite interesting. It's interesting to talk to you, mate.
Yeah, I'm your communications guy. You want to talk about communications, how it works on a globe Earth? I'm happy to explain it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And I'm happy to describe how it should work on a flat
Yeah.
Earth, and it doesn't. Yes, Lindsay, Mikey made a short specifically about him getting assaulted because he's gonna get that guy thrown in jail. Now, besides the fact that the guy actually tried to apologize, but whatever.
Yeah, and Mikey
He'll get
freaking,
community service
ran.
and nothing else.
Yeah, he'll get. And Mikey tried to run from him as soon as he walked up. You see Mikey cowering back when the guy walked up to give him a handshake and said, "I'm really sorry, mate."
What is traveler hunting?
Gypsies.
That might be a term I'm not used to. Oh, gypsies. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
They,
look, I come from a long line of gypsies.
but these are ones you pull into like job sites or industrial areas.
Yeah,
And they'll
tinkers.
set up. Yeah, and they'll
Yeah,
set up.
tinkers.
Yeah, tinkers. Yeah. So, Sarah Stringer, part of his job, he's security. He has to go in there and get them off the site.
Yeah, I mean, I come from a long line of nomads, but we generally were not tinkers in that sense.
Is that what you call a tinker? Somebody they just post up somewhere they shouldn't be.
Aldebaran and Joe, I believe Toon made that song because I believe he put it through Suno or he had Conspiracy Music Studios help him out with it one way or the other. It was the song about Mikey. Yeah, that was an immediate turnaround. It was pretty hilarious.
I'm surprised Mikey still got the stream up, to be honest. I thought for sure he's going to have it deleted. I actually recorded it because I thought he was going to take it down.
I recorded it last night just to, I recorded it just to make sure I had it. And come to find out that he made a short about it because, he gets to play the victim.
Ah. Poor Mikey.
Come to find out that he made a short about it because, he gets to play the victim. Let's see.
Did Mikey make a short of it? Did he really?
Oh, God, it's already 7 p.m. I'm going to have to feed the kid. These kids should not need 3 meals a day. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Let's feed him too much now, don't we? 3 meals. Oh.
She has chores to do, damn it. She's not getting fed till she does the chores.
That's why we have kids. Get stuff done.
Exactly. I don't want to unload the dishwasher and do dishes. I want to have a kid do it for me.
I had to do it when I was a kid. It's their turn.
Let's see. What do I want to do? I wanted to go into... So I'm doing too many things at once here as I'm going into my my YouTube studio at the same time to take a look at some stuff.
Oh, he's not on there.
Holy crap. So my 2 long view videos have more views than any other video I have. They have 200 views, over 20 comments each, and 40 likes each. And it's like, holy crap. I guess I should do more of these things.
If you hit on something, for sure, yeah. I'm getting more on my long form.
I try to do things different. Like I try not to do stuff that other people are doing. But like Simon Dan specifically did this lunatic a couple weeks ago about saying the moon is an alien spaceship and is hollow, and there's gravitation pockets in there, that are caused by 0 point energy of the smaller ships as part of the larger ship. I'm like, it's like basically equating the moon to the Death Star. And I wanted to talk about it, but I'm like, well, Simon and Dan covered this, so I don't want to talk about this too much. But like, I've done EME or Earth Moon Earth communications and got my own signal back, measured the distance, all that fun stuff. So I know what the distance is to the moon because I've done it myself.
Yeah.
It is a physical object because it reflected radio waves, and it's not easy. Doesn't always work. So I know it's a physical object. I know what the distance is. So unless the firmament is 300,000 miles away, it doesn't work, because I can also point it at the moon, get my cell signal back, and then wait for the moon to transverse out of that signal. And guess what? I don't get my signal back anymore.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah.
There's nothing else bouncing in between me and that distance.
I love what Mikey claims. Like the firmament's like 7. What did he claim? Something like short,
70
like
miles,
30,
I think he said.
70 miles at one point or something like that. I was like, okay, except for like Katy Perry went like higher than that. No, she didn't quite. No, she went 60 odd miles.
Sword Swinger says he's got victim cards being made. Nice.
Yes.
Lindsay, you're absolutely right. Comedy wins over victim every single day and twice on Sundays.
100%.
Jim Daniels, for every action, there is an equal reaction. Don't yell at the window and shake your squeeze toy at them, then you won't get punched.
Well, it's exactly it. When you start
Very true.
You shout profanities, then sometimes profanities get shouted back with a punch. What's the best one I heard about the moon? Somebody claimed that the moon, the creators of the moon, are from when God threw the angels out of heaven. They hit the moon and then came to Earth. The bigger the crater, the stronger the angel.
Wait, I got one better for you. The elites of the world. So what happened is God, what was it? Kicked out the 200 angels, right?
Yeah.
So those who mated with humans created the Nephilim.
Yes.
And then of those 200, some were banished to the center of the earth, and the others were created into mermaids. And the elites eat these mermaids as part of a ritual of sorts, and that there's a stone of the heart that they all cherish that they want to have.
Yeah, I've heard the old.
This is on Twitter and is an actual video. I shit you not. I can't make this up.
It's on TikTok as well. Like the elites eating the mermaids, and they try to put up these like videos. They try, but a lot of times you can tell it's AI videos. I'm like,
yeah. Well, it's all AI, and it's fucking salmon that they're eating.
Yeah.
I have parking ones made and decided I needed this set. Right, Lindsay. Irregular gravity fields on the moon is one of the hugely successful challenges to successful landings, and it's why I've had a couple of conversations with Astronomy Live and a couple other people on Twitter that I think that probes are much harder to land on the moon than, say, a human pilot, because a human pilot can make corrective changes without that 2.5 second delay.
Yeah.
When we talk about 2.5 second delay, it's 1.25 seconds there, 1.25 seconds back. So it's much easier for a human to make corrections in real time than it is for a probe to be programmed or use AI or use any other things that they can do that. So until AI gets to the point of it can make decisions like a human, I don't think that they're going to be able to land probes very easily going forward. I think they've only, let's see, out of the last, 5 or 6 probes, only one has been upright. The 2 Japanese ones ended up sideways.
Yeah.
The most recent one was upright. I forgot what it was.
Blue Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. They're sending another one, I believe, and I think so is Intuitive Machines, the one that fell over its side. They got one on its way, I believe. I gotta look it up again. And Blue Ghost or Firefly's looking at doing another mission with another probe.
I tell you what, the 2 companies I'm interested to see, and I'm actually debating about whether or not investing in them, is Firefly and Sierra, because Sierra was doing the inflatable space station. sort of thing. So you take these modules up that are inflatable, and they did a burst test. It's actually a really cool video on YouTube that you can find through Sierra. They do a burst test on these things, so it gets to a certain point where it's inflated, and they overinflate it to see where it actually bursts. Now, granted, micrometeorites and stuff like that can create problems for inflatables, provided that the outside can't deflect these miniature pieces of whatever debris. But those are the two companies I'm actually looking for. Firefly and Sierra. I'm looking for them to do good things.
I believe I just seen something mentioning that SpaceX just launched 2 probes that are going to go to the moon tonight.
Oh, you follow Crux too, so do I.
Yeah. So I believe there's something about that. Yeah, just on the subject. Oh no! Please don't shut down. Oh, my second screen is going to shut down here. Hold on! Don't do that.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Sorry.
And there you can see on your screen,
come on.
the Falcon has landed. Just read the instructions.
Computer's lagging. But yeah, so I don't. I was going to look into this a little bit. Don't. Computer's lagging on me. But yeah, the
Dude.
I don't know who this is, who it is that they're launching for.
SpaceX being able to reuse rockets is a huge leap. The fact that they solved that problem is obviously the engineering involved is so complicated, and they solved so many problems with that. And B, just the cost reduction alone. It's not going out to Point Nemo and becoming a freaking reef.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the first time I seen that, I was like, holy crap.
Right, and to do it on a landing platform in the ocean that is moving, like it doesn't matter if it's not moving like under power. The fact that it's moving under waves, because I've been out in the middle of the ocean, I've seen some very rogue waves that come up, and I've seen it splash up over an aircraft carrier bow. We've all gotten wet on it. I mean, granted, maybe those waves aren't showing up in the Gulf of Mexico, but the fact that they're landing on a platform in the Gulf of Mexico, just mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's still going to list. It's still going to move around a little bit. Like there's going to be some.
Yeah, it's still going to list. Yeah, to the left and to the right and everything else. Yeah.
So I'm pitching
Aldebaran says every time I see the nozzle, I want to touch it and see my arm melt.
No,
I want to make s'mores. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Aldebaran, you just need to push out those intrusive thoughts. Push out intrusive thoughts. Don't touch.
Push out those intrusive thoughts. Yeah. Typing one-handed is difficult if you ever surf porn, but like I want to make s'mores. I don't know if you guys have something comparative to the UK, but it's marshmallows. You roast them. I mean, Canada, you probably did these. You roast a marshmallow over the fire and you put it on chocolate and graham crackers, smash it together, and you just make a mess. I don't know if there's a UK equivalent, but like every time I see the nozzles, I'm thinking like I need a stick and a marshmallow.
Yeah, tasty. Yeah, we get big American marshmallows here. Go to the shop. And they say USA marshmallows, and they're the big ones.
And I'm sure most of you in the UK are like, "What the f are these? Like, what is this? What are Americans doing?"
Yeah, I've introduced them a few times to a few of my mates and some family here, because obviously from Canada, I introduced my wife to them, and then she's like, "Oh wow!" And then we use digestive biscuits that have chocolate inside, and then we just put a marshmallow heat it up, put it in between, and that's our chocolate graham cracker, and that's the closest we can get.
So one of the mods in my Discord is Michaela, and she's very popular. She's very much part of this community and stuff like that. And she basically keeps between her and Emma are my two mods that kind of keep my Discord running. I'm more of a libertarian. I have hands off. If they want to go into a demented rant for a day, I just let it happen. I don't care. But Michaela's from UK. We had a in-depth conversation about the difference between American cookies and UK biscuits.
Yeah.
Oh my God, my head hurt after that. It was an hour-long conversation. I'm like, I still don't get it. Like the term biscuits in the U.S. means very different than the term biscuits in any other Commonwealth country.
Yeah, there's the whole thing with the. Did you ever have the Fig Newtons cakes they have?
Yes.
Did you ever have that? cookie's just a cookie, but Fig Newton is cake, fruit and cake. Like, yeah,
Yes.
I haven't seen those here so much.
Well, and like I'm terrible because when it comes to like cookies, like I love oatmeal chocolate chip or regular chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah.
I'll make the dough and I will turn off the oven, grab the bowl of dough, go sit on the couch with a glass of milk and a spoon, and I'll just eat the dough. I don't care.
Yeah.
Salmonella be damned. I don't care. I'll just eat it. And that's my happy place.
Yeah.
So trying to get my head around what a biscuit is in the UK, and there's different type of biscuits too. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my God, is these Oreos or what are these? Like, I don't get it.
I can't remember the distinction between, like, there is like a specific distinction between it was a cookie or a biscuit, and I can't remember exactly what it is again. Depends. Also depends where you are in the UK. Like each
Right.
area and city will call things different. Like you have like a bun here, they might call a bomb or some places, or they might call a bun, or they might call it something else. And then you get the fight over what is the proper pronunciation, or a scone, the scone or the scone,
Right. Scone. Right. Yeah.
but some say scone, some say scone, and then it depends what area you're from or what it is. And then
And some scones are soft and some are hard.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then in the Americas, you have so many Italians, you have biscotti, which is to me a biscuit, but it's not a biscuit. I
Yeah.
can't get my head around.
And
All I
there's
know
also
is
here,
that,
you put the
look,
jam on top, or do you put the cream on top first, or it's like fuck.
yeah, I mean, the one thing I realized from the Drunk to Bunk show is Dad Knows Best jumped in there and he was telling us that there's like 59 dialects of English in the UK.
There is, yeah.
And I'm like, well, I guess we could say the same about the US because, the southern states have their own dialect that's
Yeah.
completely different than the northern states, which is completely different from the Midwest, which is completely different from the West Coast. And even in those four regions, you have different dialects within those, those four regions. But like, I always laugh because Boston Concerts, he's on the Drunk to Bunk show. He's obviously from Boston.
Yeah.
Now I lived in Boston for about 8 years before I moved to New York. And I grew up in the West Coast. And the reason why people go to like the Midwest for college for communications is because they don't have an accent, or they go to the West Coast to make sure that they don't have an accent. Meaning it's the one region that's typically defined as minus an accent compared to everybody else. Now we do use certain vernacular like dude and surf lingo and stuff like that on the West Coast, but generally speaking, we don't say things like pak the ka or oral instead of oil, and like all these other things that kind of go on between the North and the South. But moving to Boston and living there for 8 years or almost 10 years, and then moving to New York, and I've been here for the last 15 years or more. As I drink more, that Boston accent comes out to where Boston Concerts caught it enough during one of my live streams. He goes, dude, you had to have lived in Boston because you've already slipped 3 times. I'm like, what do you mean? And I started thinking about like, oh God, I guess I did. I'm like, well, yeah, I lived in Boston for 10 years. So I guess I picked up an accent that only comes out when I drink.
Ah, right, yeah. I lived in UK for a while, went back to Canada for a bit, and then I realized it's kind of weird going back. I ended up running into and working with a lot of people from different parts of the UK, and they all said I had a Scouse accent, like which is people from Liverpool. I went, do I really? I don't think I do. I sound the same. I grew up in Canada like for 20 some years of my life. I was like, why? But apparently certain people think I have a bit of an accent. Some people say I don't. Some Irish say I have an Irish accent. But if I get pissed off, I got pissed off when I was working at a dealership, sitting in a customer's car, waiting for a truck to move, and a lot boy decided with his headphones in, not looking, just backed up and was slammed right into me in a 3-month-old car. I was in the customer's car, brand new car, first service. I got out pissed off, and I was like, look at this fucking dickhead, freaking look at him, fucking knob at him, and I went off. I went and spoke to my shop foreman, who was from freaking Nottingham, and he's like, what? I was like, fucking dick at him, look at him, fucking dick, and no, it wasn't my fault, you're out there. And I went, fuck, why am I going really Scouse? Like, fuck. I was like, you knob at you. I was like, oh shit. Okay,
we had a guy who worked for British Telecom in the network operations center. So I worked nights for a while. So obviously our nights kind of transfer over to their nights for the most part. And I remember working, seemed like every time I called a British telecom knock, I got the one guy, they heard the American accent in me, and they put the guy from Cockney on. And this guy would get on the phone and be like, I know it's English. I can hear English words, but I can't understand a word this guy's saying. Luckily, we had a British guy. He was from Liverpool at the time. And I'm like, dude, Ray, get on the phone because I can't understand a word this guy's saying. Like, I consider myself to have traveled multiple places. I speak broken English as a second language. But Jesus, I could not understand a word this guy said. It's like I could hear individual English words, but when he strung them together, I was like, what?
Yeah,
What are you
Cockney is not
talking
that hard.
about?
But Scouse, I mean, if you look even in England itself, they'll have like maybe different people like on like a news thing, and they'll have everybody else be fine. But if you see someone from Liverpool or someone from Newcastle, they'll have subtitles for only them. Everybody else don't have subtitles. Even like Manchester, which is only 20 minutes from here, no subtitles. Liverpool, they'll have subtitles. Like nobody in UK can understand a Scouser or a Geordie, Geordie, which is somebody from Newcastle. But they can understand them fine.
And let's not even get into the Welsh language as a whole because it's completely separate from anything else in the world with the amount of letters that they use and pronunciations and stuff. It's like, oh my God, it's like
I'm not too far from Wales. I've been to Wales loads of times. Gorgeous country, but yeah. First time I heard BBC Wales,
we did genealogy. We did genealogy in my family, and on my mom's side, they came from Germany to up by the Denmark border to Scotland. So obviously a bunch of Catholics. They came from Germany to Scotland, and from Scotland they came to Maryland and stuff like that. And my dad's side, which was here a lot longer, was from the Basque region of Spain. So go figure, a bunch of rebels who don't want to claim anything. Was a ship captain and a pirate. First tried to come into South Carolina and they said, no, we hang all pirates. So they decided maybe we shouldn't dock here. And they went up to Philly and just paid a small fine, and they all got to live amongst the people there. And the ship captain there, he ended up marrying one of the wealthy family's daughters there and integrated himself into where so much that again, it was an English colony at the time. This is back when William Penn was running Pennsylvania. He's in Philadelphia living, and he's walking around, and the British magistrate is throwing a shit fit with the crown because he's like, this guy's got a warrant out for me. He's walking around and no one cares. That's my background of family life. So rebels, sailors, and foul mouth is basically right in line with what the tone is for my channel.
Nice. I was in
Did any of you see FTFE's tattoo stream? Dude, Joe Black, I was contemplating whether or not I was going to make a donation to have him get an Unfornicated logo added to that, so he had to wear it. But then once they got up to Real Cygnus, if you're still here, you're a bastard because you dropped $200 to begin with to go ahead of everybody else. And then when someone beat you, you dropped another $300 to $500 total to make sure he goes, I am not a merry man on there. And while I greatly appreciate the tone of that one, I wanted him to have the Unfornicated logo, and I wasn't going to shed out $500 for FTFE to hide it underneath a shirt.
That did work well with the tattoo, though. The I'm not a merry man. That was funny.
Well, because it was one of those things that was, it was an episode where they were Robin Hood, and Worf basically said, "I am not a merry man," and it fits FTFE beyond belief.
I was just thinking, it actually fits. It fits Craig himself, like just. I was like, yeah, that's him.
Well, so I look at the two different personas. There's Craig, who's kind of like a jovial, kind of happy-go-lucky guy, and then there's FTFE, which is the complete asshole, which he embraces on both sides.
Yep.
And I'm the same way. Yeah, Cygnus, you're laughing now because I called you out, you bastard. But yeah, it when I heard that thing come up and I saw the $200 thing, I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm not going to trump that because A, that's a great idea, and B, I look,
it's a lot of money.
I have a great job, but I'm not going to shell out $200 for somebody else to get a tattoo. I'd rather go get my own at that point. Yeah, Joe, it would have been $300. You're right. You're right. But I would have felt bad about costing Cygnus $500 for an unfornicated tattoo. But that's not to say that I donated enough to the Drunk Debunk show to, one, completely derail his entire membership stream from the get-go, because he started with like 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
And I dropped like $100 donation to make it like 9 hours. And I did the math for him because we know that Mike can't do math. And I told him how many minutes it was. And then mobile laptop dropped also $100. So then, not to be outdone because I'm an asshole, I dropped another 50 on top of that. And I told him this is shameless, plugging of my own channel. And mobile laptop did it on another 50 on top of that. So between the two of us, we donated like, over $300 alone. But I talked to Mike and I'm like, hey, look, just put on one of your magnetic signs, just put an Unfornicated logo or a QR code to, drive people towards my channel too. And he's like, yeah, I can do that.
Ah, nice. I tried to get on his channel, his stream, I think the Saturday morning. Well, it was Saturday morning for him. He'd been up for a good 12, 14 hours at that point. And then when fucking what's his name, Dell came on, I was like, oh, let me on. And then I got a message off Mike going, I'll let you on when Dave McKeegan drops off. And I was just like, he's not going to drop. And then Dave McKeegan didn't get off until Dell went off. I was like, oh, what's the fucking point? All right, I got shit to do. I've been on for hours.
I think you're right. It was the other SIG. My apologies. I didn't mean to call you a bastard. Well, you still are because you're in my group and you understand what that means. But it was whoever it was dropped $500. I'm like, oh god. But you're right. Mike doing his membership stream, just breaking him, was hilarious. And if I get to 500 and I get to do memberships, I might do a membership drive. But I'm going to plan a little better than Mike. I'm going to have like guest people to be like, I'm going to fucking bed. I need you to cover, like, you 3 people to cover like 2 hours each. Play whatever the hell you want. You guys have the stream for 2 hours. I'm going to fucking sleep.
I think FTF did that when he first did that. He had MC Toon picked up for a party.
Toon and I think the Drunk Debunk show even did something. I remember there was like 3 or 4 people who did something that like helped him. And then he just started playing his own videos and you could see him sleeping on the couch in the small window.
Yeah. I think he's doing it tomorrow, isn't he? He's starting at 11 o'clock UK time, 11 a.m. And he's starting another membership drive tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I would plan it as in like, look, I'm going to go, but I mean, I was in the Navy. I'm used to 24-hour streams. I mean, anyone who's watching my streams, I can go 6 hours. I mean, I can talk to myself for 6 hours. I don't really mind that. I can probably go 12, 18 hours without too much of a thing, but then I'll hit a wall. In which case, it's like I'll limit myself to between 12 and 18 hours, and I'll have people set up, whether it's like Curious UK or whether it's Mike from the Drunk Debunk show or DP or anybody else who wants to help. I'd be like, look, put your name in. I will give you a 2-hour window. Hand off to each other. I'll make you guys, the special mods that allows you to kind of come on the channel, give you the passwords and whatever, or whatever we need to do to sort up a Zoom call or whatnot to give you guys 2-hour windows. But I'm going the fuck to sleep for 4 to 6 hours, and you guys are on your own and do whatever you want. Because if anyone's been on my stream, they know that do whatever you want is kind of like a long-standing thing. The only rule that we have is don't be an asshole. And that's it.
Don't get the stream taken down.
The only asshole who's allowed is me.
Yeah.
I mean, our community as a whole, I mean, I can't say this enough. They make what we do fun.
Yeah.
Pure and simple. Like, the fact that there was 25 people watching me for 6 hours baffles my mind. Like, why are you here? I'm not that entertaining. Or the fact that 200 views to my video, it's like, why are you watching my videos? I use the analogy of a cocaine-fueled narwhal. Like,
that was so perfect, though. That was so good. I heard that. I was like, what?
And it turned into a meme.
Yeah.
I actually, it turned into a meme. Michaela made a song about it, and I'll have to send you. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna find you the link to the song. So I don't know if you've heard it or not. It's
I have.
fucking
I think I have.
hilarious because.
Mm.
Oh, okay, so the first person asked me, "Is that DP? You know, behind the Norwell?" I'm like, "Yeah, definitely is DP." But like, there's so many layers to that line that I found funny because A, there's no Norwalls in the South Pole; they're all in the North Pole, so that's A, funny. And the video before that, I said about migrating polar bears. There's no polar bears in the South Pole. That's what made it funny.
Yeah.
And just the fact that it's cocaine fueled was just like after I wrote it and you know started typing it up, I had I don't know 3 other lines in there and something like 2 o'clock in the morning. I was laying in bed. I'm like, wait, I know what I want to put in there. And I originally put like meth fueled. I'm like, nah, let's do something else. Cocaine fueled. There we go. And I'm like putting it in there. I'm like, yeah, that's how you're going to get the speeds that you need. And then I went to bed and I woke up the next morning and started reading. I'm like, what the fuck was I drinking last night? Because this doesn't make sense. But I'm like, you know what? It's good. And it was, to me, it was a throwaway line. Just, it was like a mic drop in between chapters, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, like you really never know what's going to come from your live stream that's going to turn into a meme of sorts. So Michaela turned that into a song in like 10 minutes. I think it was Joe or Stopped It, either Joe Black or Stopped the Stupidity turned it into a poster within a day. I think it was Joe Black actually. To where I turned around and made it a shirt because I'm like, I find this fucking funny.
It's crazy. Like I said, one little clip, one little line, and that's it. Just run with it. Go, people. So
and it's funny. It's like I agree with DP on this. Like the prices on my merch store are like I round up to $1, so I make anything from 50 cents to like 99 cents per thing that I sell. The only difference is the Code Breakers one because there's a donation involved. I marked it up like $3 to $5 because I'm gonna match everything. I'm gonna match dollar for dollar or cent for cent every amount that I make from that specific collection to a donation to a Native Americans Veterans Group. So that's the only thing. But everything else is like I make less than $1 for each one. The reason why I make it is because it's fucking funny. Like I have the mental gymnastics shirt, I have the Occam's razor shirt, I have the Dunning-Kruger National Park. That one is my fucking favorite. I love that one.
that's a nice shirt, actually. I was looking at that.
That one, look, I'll admit, that one's my favorite personally. Before that, it was the mental gymnastics of the guy like face planting. I thought that was hilarious. But like my daughter generally helps me with these. We'll talk about an idea and she goes, "Oh, you should make a shirt about this." And I'm like, and I'll start sketching something out. Then I'll turn it over to her. She sketches something out. So once we have a sketch, we then put an AI say, turn this into an actual design. So it gets rid of like the sketch marks and kind of finalizes the design to make it, more finished, I guess, polished is the best word. And I'll upload it. But like the cocaine fueled Norwal, like I didn't have to do anything. I literally took the picture that Joe sent and I put it in there. And I probably should send Joe a t-shirt for that one. Joe, that was me, poster and short video of DP water skiing. Yes, okay, it was you. Okay. Because the poster says "Get Tusk" at the top, and it says "Cocaine Fueled Norwal" on the bottom. It shows a Norwal trying to crash over the Catharsis 2, which was the basis of that whole video. Yeah. And it was just hilarious.
Yeah, that
reminds me. I gotta check the patches for the Operation Snow Globe, the how many carriers it takes to patrol the snow wall. I put in there that if people patch me up in the comments, I will click 5 lucky winners to get patches made. I will pay for them and send them out.
Operation Snow Globe. I think I actually commented on that. It said patch me up.
You better have. I mean, if you didn't, then I will add you to the list anyway, because I got to add a total list of that because I got to get them made. I have them digitized. They're just waiting for payment to make them, and it's going to take 6 to 8 weeks. So I might as well do it sooner rather than later.
Cool.
So wait, Lindsay,
Usually.
are you talking about a patch made of the narwhal taking DP over the water ski jump like Fonzie, or do you need a video?
I think she's talking about patch.
Being a military guy, I kind of like, I don't know. I go back to patches. I'd have to share my screen, but like I have all the patches of the squadrons I worked with in a shadow box, and like we have patches for everything, like for every cruise, for every squadron, for every department, for every like I was part of the naval security group, which is a cryptology, so they had their own patch, and every command has its own patch. And so yeah, so my daughter had created a shadow box where it's the ship I was on, which was the Kitty Hawk, and it's surrounded by the patches of the squadrons that I loaded crypto in that I worked with. And so I'm just kind of gravitating towards patch. So when I was doing this, I'm like, well, it's a military themed video. I should create patches. So once I priced out the patches, they're less than $10 a piece for up to 10. So I'm like, all right, let's just say 5, and I'm going to make 6, one for me. But then I started thinking about like, well, if it's the same price for up to 10, screw it. I'll just make 10 and I'll hand out maybe 9 because I'm keeping 1 for myself. But I have to check to see how many people put in there, because I've already had it digitized. I already spent the money for it to be digitized, but I haven't had them told them to create it yet. And I need to have them create it, to be honest. Because it's just too funny.
Yeah.
Where is, I don't want the live chat. Where's the, oh, here we go. I'm going to have to make a list, is what it is. Time to break out the Excel spreadsheet to make a list of everybody for patches.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, flat earthers I've heard talk about the whole, like, you can't go to Antarctica, you know, 'cause ships and military, and I was like, fucking hell, you're stupid. I've even read the treaty.
Yeah, it's like, nope, you're dumb.
Yeah. I literally have the treaty saved on my phone. I was like, every time they do that, I go, oh, okay,
I do too.
Show me. Yeah, show me this. Where does it say that you can't go? Show me. I haven't heard them talk about it for a while, actually. I think flat earthers have left that one alone for a while. At least I haven't heard them talk about it. Especially since
you'll still hear it. Yeah, you'll still hear it on Twitter. You know, completely people. All right, so Cygnus and Joe Black did not put patch me up, so you guys failed the assignment. But I do appreciate the comments nonetheless. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I literally have to make a list of everybody to figure out how many there are. Because if there's less than 10, then I'll go ahead and give everybody a patch. I don't care. Oh yeah, you did put it in there, Curious. Who did that?
Yes.
Let's see. Oh, Leo did too. Some of you guys, I don't know where you come up with some of these usernames.
Mine literally started because I was, like I said, it was started on TikTok, and it was just because I was curious on TikTok, and I couldn't think of anything, so it's when Curious UK, and then Debunks is just when I did this channel. So it was a random thing I thought of.
Well, and it, like I said, I mean, I talked about mine, how I came up with mine, just because it's, you know, Dano wasn't like worthwhile. It's just no one saw that, except if you're on Twitter, you recognize me from that, but that's about it.
So I stuck with it because of having like my TikTok and having all anti-flat Earth stuff on there. That I just went, okay, well, so you can associate it, I'll tie in my other accounts, and some random ones I had to change my X account to say that because it was just some other random thing and I wasn't really using it. So I try to tie more things in to be a bit more continuity. Funny enough that Mikey's got me blocked on this account and my other account that I use for watching videos on my stream, because it has I have Prime on that account, so I don't have all the adverts popping up. He's got me blocked on both of them. Or shadow banned.
I just realized somebody put a comment that says, "I hope your intro character is a regular feature." I was doing a Good Morning Vietnam intro on that one.
Yes, I got out as soon as I seen that.
It was just me being stupid.
I was impressed.
We have
That,
14.
I was impressed with that because the way you did the whole spiel, I was like, crap. Is he gonna do this to the whole thing? Holy crap, that's like a lot of energy. And then I went, oh, okay, I get it. It's the intro.
No, I toned it down. That was me amped on coffee.
Double espresso.
I did that in the morning after about. Yeah, I had about 3 cups of coffee, and I obviously bought one of the original Codebreaker cups. That's 20 ounces of coffee mug. So it's basically 2 coffees in one. And I had about 3 cups of that one day, and I recorded it at lunchtime, just the intro, because I was like, I'm kind of amped. I'm happy. It's having a good day. It's like, you know what? Let's go do this. And it only took 3 takes, to be honest, because I got tongue-tied in the middle of it. And when I got done with it, I'm watching. I'm like, this is so stupid and ridiculous, but I got to keep it in just because it's funny.
That was brilliant. Yes, I did think to myself, how many times do you get tongue-tied? Because some of that I was thinking, I don't think I could have done that in a take. That way, you would have seen the cuts.
Patches and coins. You're right, Jim Davis. I'm not making challenge coins though. That gets a little pricey. I love you all, but not that much. Have you seen those challenge coins? Curious.
Challenge coins. I don't know if I have.
So, all right. So, when you become a flag officer, so like an admiral or something like that, then you have these, or a captain, you have these challenge coins. So what it is, it's literally a coin that goes in your pocket. It's like about the size of a U.S. silver dollar. So it's a rather large coin, and it'll have the command name on it, and then it'll have like some kind of Navy logo or something on the other side of it. So it's got a heads and tails. So it starts off as a drinking game because you go to a bar with a bunch of sailors. Then you all reach in your pocket and grab a challenge coin. You put it on the bar and you cover it with your hand.
Yeah.
Then whoever has the lowest ranking challenge coin based on the rank of the person has to buy the round. Now, if you only have one challenge coin, that's all you got, right? So if you have multiple ones, and you have multiple challenge coins that you can use.
Right.
So that's kind of how it started. Now you can get these made, custom made and everything else, but it's like $20 to $25 a coin. Now it's not necessarily that much, but the lead time on it is obscene. I don't know about the quality because I never ordered one and all this other thing. I didn't want to like go that route. I'm like, well, patches are easy, and that's right up the military kind of, up the military alley. So I'm like, oh, we'll do patches because I know that they can't screw those up.
Oh, okay, cool. I got. Yeah, I have a coin I usually carry with me. It's like a luck coin that has koi on it, so something like that. And I got one when I became a UK citizen. I got a special silver coin in a box, and one time one side has Britannia, and the other side has Queen Elizabeth II. And I think it says something about, and it's silver and all that. It's in its own special box. So I imagine something like that in a way, but like you said, it depends on your rank and stuff like that in the military.
Yeah. So like if you're a 3-star admiral, like I have one from a 3-star admiral.
Oh, right.
Or is it? Yeah. So he just got 3-star admiral, and it was actually, I did something Navy doesn't like. I was innovative.
Yeah.
And I made a $25 fix with an old computer that somebody was throwing out, with some old DC patch cords, basically using all the technologies we had from the 1950s or 60s when the Navy was, or when the ship was commissioned.
Yeah.
And I did the exact same thing as a $10 million upgrade that was coming in. So basically I could have saved the Navy $10 million by doing this, not just on this ship, not counting all the other ships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they had heard about it from my division officer, who was a lieutenant. And he knew somebody on the staff of the 3-star admiral out of San Diego, which is where what we call 3rd Fleet was at. And so he told someone on the staff about, this 19-year-old kid I got created my life so much easier by doing this. He came over to look at it. He's like, oh, this is really cool. Just another officer, no big deal kind of mentality. And then the admiral and his chief of staff, which is a captain in the Navy or a full bird colonel, comes over and they want a tour. And I explain what I did. And the funny thing is, Admiral kind of like left a space, just left. Just see you later. He didn't say good job, nothing. He just kind of just turned around and walked out. And I'm like, okay. And his chief of staff walked out with him. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess they didn't like it.
Yeah.
I'm like, doesn't matter to me. I'm like, we're back in port. We're getting this upgrade. I don't really care at this point. You know, it's like, it's over with.
Yeah.
And the chief of staff comes back in, pulls me aside and says, Admiral wanted me to give you this. And it's a challenge calling with 3 stars on it. And you can only go up to 5 stars or 4 stars really in the Navy, 5 stars during wartime.
Right.
And he wanted me to say 2 things to you. Great job. Don't do it again. And that's where I learned about the politics of upgrades in the military and contracts. I learned very quickly what that meant. Okay, so I have 15 people who wanted patches. If I make 15 patches, they're $7 a piece. So let's see. Let's do something real quick here. Let's see. Calculator. So 15 times 7, because I don't feel like doing math in my head, is $100. $105 plus $20, so $125 for everyone to get a patch. You know what? Screw it. Everyone's gonna. If you're in this stream now, all 16 of you, if you put in a patch me up on my thing, you're all going to get a patch, because the difference in cost between making 10 to making 15, it's really the same thing. So I'm going to send a patch out to everybody.
Sweet.
So I'll be hitting out individuals to get their addresses. So curious, you're going to have to dox yourself and tell me where to send it once I get it made. And it's going to take like 6 weeks to make, but it's well worth it.
Right. There is. Yeah. I'll email it to you. If that
yeah, by all means. Yeah, you have the email. Yeah, it's on the channel too. So if you guys are listening to this, Lindsay, a couple other people, shoot me an email with your addresses, and once I get the patches in roughly 6 weeks, I will send them out, and I will send them out. It doesn't matter if they're going to Australia or UK or anything else like that. It is well worth it, because I then want pictures of you guys all holding the fucking patch so I can put it up on the wall behind me and
for sure.
See all your beautiful faces.
Yay.
Okay, respond to this email with quantity. Oh, I can add a sticker promotion. Let's add stickers. Why not?
Yeah, Joe, I don't think the postal costs you that much.
No, because I can put it in a regular envelope, so it's not a big deal. It's only a 3-inch patch. It fits in a regular size envelope. It's not. I mean, look, I'm not sending it overnight to UK or Australia or anything like that. So you'll get it when you get it. But it's not going to cost me much. Even if it costs me $2 to send out 15 of them, that's an extra $30. You know what? Here's the thing. I did this as let's call it for what it is. I did this to game the algorithm and get engagement, and to get more people to see the video and maybe subscribe. And that's that. And the fact that I find it funny, because designing the patch was hilarious and was right up my alley. I enjoyed it. And Joe even helped me with a couple of them too. And Stop the Stupidity helped me with a couple of ideas and stuff like that. So they went out. They'll go out. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't, I make enough money to do stupid things like this all the time. So I will definitely do this because it's funny.
Yeah. And promotion as well. Promote your channel. So sorry about that.
I am just a few kilometers across the American border.
I think I sent something to my wife, my daughter's friend who lives in Brazil. It didn't actually cost that much for like a shoebox full of stuff for their birthday. So it won't. I know for a fact it will cost very much.
Granted, I ship stuff. God damn it! I did something stupid.
Oh dear.
Oh, I can't recall messages. All right, well that's fine. Reply. Let's try this again. I just sent a blank email to people. This is perfect. All right, I'm going to put this in Notepad before I screw up anymore, because the Gmail app sucks. What can I say? But look, I mean, people saw the video, people promoted the video, people engaged in the video. Least I can do is, and plus, this says Unfornicated on it. So what else is going to be? I mean, this is going to be cool for me as far as I'm concerned. I would like to order 15 patches. Let's see. Shipping address. Don't worry, I'm not going to say that out loud because I don't need you guys to come find me. Now, I'm not really worried about the Globers. I'm more worried about the other lunatics that we deal with.
We don't want them because some probably do watch the videos. So my streams. I know Mikey does because he's made it quite clear. So yeah, don't need that shit. Don't need him turning up at your front door. Like he turned up at Will Duffy's house. Church.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Because I'm not worried about me. I mean, to get into my apartment and come find me, like I work from home and stuff like that. Like, look, if somebody wants to stalk me, it's going to have to require effort because I don't leave the house very often. But I do have a daughter, and that's who I'm more worried about. So, I could care less. Like, look, I live in New York near the city. Good luck finding me. If you find me, great. I feel great for you. Good job. What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do about it? Hey.
Yeah. Come find me. That's all right. I don't mind. Just don't fuck up my Jeep. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. I got 3 kids. 2 of them walk to school, and the other one I walk myself. But I don't need people coming after me. I live in I live in a quite quiet area. It's hard to find. You find where I live. It's like I'm off the beaten path. So.
Well, and the company I'm going with is actually a veteran-owned company, so I don't mind it. All right. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm supporting my people.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. People. But it's the idea of like, it's like people are supporting me, so the least I can do is do something stupid like summon patches.
I said one thing I don't have is any kind of merch. I've never actually thought of doing that.
I just, to be honest, I did it just because it was fun. Because I was like, what kind of I'm not creative by nature. Yeah. I'm an engineer. I take shit apart and put it back together. That's my life. Yeah. But the idea is that I'm not very creative. I have a daughter who's very creative, very artistic, stuff like that. So I use her. But I have, as one of our members, Tori, tells me, like my best brainstorms come at like 2:30 to 4:30 in the morning when I'm trying to go to sleep, and all of a sudden I'll get a brainstorm. That's where that Good Morning Antarctica intro came from. Was literally at like 2:00 in the morning when I was getting to go to bed, and I was going through Discord and I saw that Tori had changed a picture of a penguin in a Hawaiian shirt with dog tags on the deck of an aircraft carrier holding a microphone. And the first thing that popped in my mind was Good Morning America or Good Morning Vietnam. And I'm like, oh, I can't lose this idea. And even if I wanted to, I'm not going to be able to go to sleep. So I just went over and started typing up the script for it to memorize. And I worked until 4:00 that morning, and I got up at like 8:00 that morning to go to meetings, and it was brutal, but it was well worth it.
Lots of coffee.
Yeah, it was definite coffee day.
A few days, coffee's not enough for me. I'm like, energy drink. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, dude, I've had those days where it's like I got Monster energy drinks because it's satanic.
Yeah. So do I.
Like I'll have 3 or 4 cups of coffee throughout the day, and then by like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm like running to the local bodega, or we'll call it bodega, like a local store, and grabbing like 2 or 3 energy drinks that last me. And it's worse when I do it on like a Thursday night or Thursday early morning, knowing that it's going into Friday, knowing I'm going to be on the Drunk the Bunk show that night, watching the Ghost stream, and I know it's going to go to 2 o'clock in the morning again, and I've only had like 2 or 3 hours sleep. It's like, all right, 4 cups of coffee, 2 energy drinks, my heart's going to explode, and my doctor's going to sign me up for early death.
And then suddenly just like have aneurysms, like we'll stroke out. Oh, all right, that's it.
Exactly. I'm just going to stroke out. I'm going to stroke out during a live stream. Watch me have a fit and fall to the ground. It's like, it's like, which of you do I trust with my address to call 911?
Look at the chat going, why is this side of your face drooping? What? Huh? Oh no.
It looks like Dan's video froze. No, my heart exploded. There's a difference.
Yeah. Oh shit.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know what time it is there. It's 8 o'clock here. I have to still make tacos for dinner, which I haven't done. I greatly appreciate the chance to hop on, hang out, talk, bullshit, have a good time.
For sure. I've learned some things, had a good chat, get to know you a bit better. And I look forward to maybe we can collaborate a bit more and stuff like that. And maybe I can figure this shit out a bit better.
I'm happy to collaborate with anything. Anytime I'm live, you want to hop on, just drop me a line. By all means, I'm happy to have people on, because it's the community learns us as individuals, but I think they learn more about us when we work together on things and collaborate on things and stuff like that. And I think that's always beneficial.
Sure.
Oh, wait, hold on. Jim Daniels asked a question I have to address real quick. If it's not a TJ or a CJ, is it still a Jeep? Okay, Jim, a TJ is a trendy Jeep. Before that was the YJ, which was the yuppie Jeep. Now, the YJ had square headlights for a square car. That made sense. Round headlights on a square car or a square SUV does not make sense. But I digress. I have a JK, which stands for just kidding. And it's now 10 years old, and I do all the work myself, so that's what makes it a Jeep. But yeah, we're talking about Jeep Wranglers and stuff like that. It's a different body types and headlight shapes, and there's purists in the world. Like the original Jeeps that you get from like the Army days, or what they call like CJs, those are like from the 60s and 70s. If you watch Dukes of Hazzard, Daisy Duke in her really short shorts, which got me through puberty. She drove a CJ, which had the round headlights and stuff like that. And so it's very much the Jeep. It's the Jeep Wrangler ownership is its own counterculture of sorts. We have our own language. We wave at each other because we understand how miserable it is to drive a Jeep for long distances, and just that's our personality, is just to be helpful.
You have like the Wrangler Unlimited, so when you're running.
Yeah. So I have a 2016 Wrangler Unlimited, and it has the tops above the front seats can come off without taking off the whole top, because the whole top is heavy as hell, and I'm one guy, I can't do it by myself.
Yeah.
They separate, and I take them off. Yeah.
Did they ever leak on you?
Yeah, two different pieces. No. I mean, I'm starting to get a leak now because it's 10 years old, and I need to replace the. It also, I get a lot of wind noise because the seals need to be redone because they're foam. Yeah. So I need to do that this summer and buy the foam and take them off, take it apart and stuff like that. But
earlier ones, because I used to work for Dodge. I used to be on tech. That's why I did my apprenticeship, was a Dodge dealer. We had Jeeps. And some of them, when they were first came out, they did have issues with them leaking quite a bit. They had to replace a lot of the seals.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's all. There's just foam seals and rubber seals. They're real easy to replace. You can buy kits for them and stuff like that. But the great thing I love about Jeeps is the aftermarket parts are like Legos. You can literally find aftermarket parts anywhere, and they're easy to put on. And there's enough place to where you can literally crawl in with the engine with your legs in there and work on them. But
is it 3.8?
Maybe I'll post pictures of my Jeep.
Yeah. Is it 3.8 liter? Is it 3.8 V6 you're running on that one? Was it 3.
It's 3.8. It's the Pennstar 3.8. But it's also a manual transmission, which not everybody has in America anymore.
No,
So,
no, I didn't see many of those. No.
But yeah, it's but yeah, I mean, I keep telling my daughter I'm going to give it to her. I mean, it's got a 2-inch lift. It runs 35-inch tires. It's got a huge ass bumper on the front and back for off-roading, which I don't necessarily do too often because it's also my daily driver, so I tend not to risk it.
Yeah.
But on the off chance that friends are going off-roading, I'll go with them and stuff like that. But I recently got in an accident and ran into the back of somebody because hot coffee spilled in my lap and I jumped. And when I jumped, my foot came off the clutch because it was still in gear, and it lurched forward into the back of a Mazda SUV and kind of ruined her that big door that drops down.
Back hatch. Yeah.
No damage to me. I got a paint scuff, but obviously she had some damage. But I keep driving my daughter like, yeah, that's going to be your car when you start driving in 2 years because I know it's safe. I've gotten in 3 accidents with it. So, and I've, rebuilt different parts of it on my own each time.
Yeah.
But do I have ducks on the dashboard? No one has ducked my Jeep because apparently it does not reach the level mall crawler where people appreciate it. Not to mention, even if I had ducks, I wouldn't put them on the dashboard because that just looks dumb. So it's a Jeep thing. You put ducks on Jeeps that you admire, that you see in a parking lot. You put it on the handle or on the windowsill or on the dash or on the hood, so they see it, and you collect these ducks and put them on your dashboard.
Oh, right.
No one's ever ducked me.
No one's ducked you.
I've owned various Jeeps for the last 15 years, and I have never been ducked. And when we talk about those letters, you said you're in a Dodge, so the TJs are the first ones that came out with the coil springs all the way around.
Yeah.
Prior to that, the YJs, which was like 96 and before, used leaf springs all the way around, which I used to drive from Boston to New York to see my girlfriend on weekends, and it's a 4-hour drive. And you want to talk about bruised kidneys and peeing blood after 4 hours of that in that fucking Jeep. It was not easy on the back, kidneys, and everything else.
Yeah, I've worked a few of those. To talk about 4-wheel drives, this is what I have right now.
What are you looking at? What is that? Oh, it's a Mitsubishi. Okay.
Yeah, the Mitsubishi.
I've never seen those in the U.S.
Yeah. There's a few here and there.
And it's 4-wheel drive?
Yes. It's running, yeah. You had the Montero there, the bigger version of the Montero.
Yeah.
It runs the same gear. But mine's like this long wheelbase, and it's got a 2.8 liter turbo diesel.
Oh, geez. And it's a turbo diesel. Jesus. Yeah, mine's just a V6. So Jim Daniels brings up the thing. He says CJ5, that's the original Wrangler. Well, Jim, help me out. I think it's CJ7 was the truck. The old Jeep truck. I think it was the CJ7. Yeah, those were back in the days. But yeah, I love my actual Jeep. But if I got something like this, I'd probably get like because that looks too much like a minivan. I'm not quite that old yet, nor do I have that many kids. Since I only have one kid, I'd probably go, one kid and one dog. I'd probably go with like a Toyota 4Runner and get like a lift for it and put a roof rack on it and throw the dog in there and the kid in there and go do climbing or whatnot. But
mine had the
CJ7 was a scrambler. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine had the back end jacked up and the front torsion bars, which you can bring up and put bigger wheels on it.
Well, we get a lot of snow here, so 4-wheel drive is kind of a necessity. And I've been debating about whether or not to trade in my Jeep for a 4Runner or something else, or stay Jeep or whatever.
Yeah, I've had a lot of. I've had Jeeps. And I've had like Blazers, I had an old 84 Blazer that was quite fun, running a manual 4-speed.
So my first car was a piece of shit. My second car was the first car I had in the military. Was a 1976 International Scout, or maybe it was 78. I forget.
Oh, right, yes.
One of the two. It's been a while. and it had the soft top. So I lived in Southern California at the time.
Yeah.
It had big tires. You could not hear the radio over the tire noise. I always had the top down because it was actually dry rotted. So, but it doesn't rain very much in Southern California. So you just leave the top down and it looks like the top's full, but it's because it's all folded on itself. You don't see the rips. And I drilled holes in the floor to let all the water out in rare cases it did rain. And I had big 35-inch tires on it. I got into an accident. This one was not my fault. Someone turned left in front of me and ran a red light, and it was a Volkswagen Carmagia. You ever seen those? They're like they look like squished bugs. They look like sporty beetles.
Yeah, they're like the sports car
Same frame.
version.
Yeah, they look like the Porsche Sportsters, but they only had like 40 or 60 horsepower. So this guy turned left in front of me. Obviously, he had low profile tires. He had it lowered. He was real low to the ground. I literally parked my Scout on top of its hood. Now, granted, the engine was in the back, so that rescued me from too much problems. But he ran the red light. It was his fault. But as we're sitting there waiting for the cops to come and everything else, I'm like, I really like this car. I need to get one of these. So I traded in my International Scout for a very small Volkswagen Carmagia, which I actually own now. It's in the garage. I'm fixing it up. It's a project. But it's something I'm gonna be working on going forward, and it's gonna be my fun car. But then I just had regular commuter cars for the longest time, and then when I moved to Boston, I was like, I want to go back to having a Jeep, and that's when I bought a Jeep, and I've had one kind of ever since. So, but I'm turning 50. My kidneys can't take it anymore, even if it's four leaf spring or it's no longer leaf springs and it's coil springs. It's just like, you know what? I think I need to get something more comfortable. A little more luxurious, a little more dashboardy, a little more bells and whistles. I mean, like my Jeep, literally, you still have to roll down the window manually. You still have to lock the doors manually. I have to reach across to lock all the doors, and stuff like that. There's nothing. Everything is manual, from the transmission to the locks to the windows.
Yeah. No, unless things go wrong, but there's less shit to go wrong, though.
No, I mean, it's easy to fix.
Yeah, and easy to fix. Yeah, I have a Kia Sorento that I need to do some stuff on, but it's all like top of the range XT, so it's got leather interior, heated everything. So I bought it and it needed issues with it. So,
but do you like it though? That's the question. Because I was actually looking at the Kia line from the Telluride down to. What's the middle? It's either the Sorento or the Sport. It's the Sportage thing is the middle.
Sportage.
I was looking at those.
Sportage is in the middle there.
Yeah. So I was looking at that in the Telluride, and I was looking at the 4Runner, and I was kind of like, looking at prices and looking at everything else. So I was like, I need something a little more luxurious, a little more comfortable. And it needs to be automatic because I can teach my daughter to drive on the Jeep, but I don't want her necessarily driving a manual to start with. I prefer her to drive an automatic to start with until she gets skills. Then she can drive the manual.
Yeah. I learned automatic. I learned the manual actually when I was 14, but I drove an automatic and manual back and forth. But yeah, it's so much easier to start off in that in the automatic. I actually started driving when I was 12. My mom used to let me sit in. Pillow behind me, underneath me, move forward. Old 1980 Chevy square body 350 pickup truck.
Oh wow!
With us side by side, and we actually drove that from Canada all the way down to Florida, and all the way back up. And we sleep in the back. We had camp slightly, and I sleep on the front bench seat. My mom and my sister sleep in the back, and we did a full trip all the way down to California, Florida, and back in July. So. Going from Canada to Florida, that was a bit of a shock when you hit the southern states.
That is a bit of a shock.
Yeah.
So I learned to drive starting at around 12 or 13, same thing, but I was sitting on my dad's lap at the time, and he had an old, all you old timers in chat, you're going to love this. He had an old Dodge A100 van, which is like this Scooby-Doo type van with this, with the nose and the transmission goes between the two seats.
Oh, yes.
And I used to ride on that transmission between the two seats when we were driving around, and my dad was like, finally like, hey, you want to learn how to drive? So I sit on his lap and I would steer while he did the pedals and everything else. And then I was also very short at 12, so I don't think I could reach the pedals in my life dependent on it. I was kind of like a short round from Indiana Jones, and then the blocks on my feet. So when I got a little older and I could reach the pedals, I started actually driving with him. But I learned on a manual with him in a like a Mazda pickup truck. So because his thing was like, you learn manual, everything else is easy. And I'm like, sure. And then this is like my third lesson. We drove into downtown LA to go pick up computer parts from a swap meet, computer swap meet at the time. And I had to drive highways, back roads, city streets, all, on my own with him sitting in the passenger seat. And I was panicked the entire time.
Like I've seen these. I used to go growing up. We had a racetrack close by in the city, just north where I lived, and they used to have Friday night called Secret Street. You take any street vehicle, run it down this drag strip, and I used to see a few of these, obviously been tuned up, going down the drag strip. They're quite fun to watch.
Yes,
especially the nose that could lift up.
I was debating about getting another one. Well, I was debating about getting one and turning it into my mountain bike. Like I'll put some racks in the back for my mountain bike to ride into and just, drive that into, make it my tailgating van to go drive, because I go to some tracks, some mountains around us for downhill, and I meet up with friends and everything else. And we just, we all bring pickup trucks and just kind of make a square in the parking lot and just make it our little home there. But I'm like, I could put everything in the van just easy. Like that little blue one that you see right there, like that, A100, 1966. Like that's the one I would get. I would just be like, put a rack in the back for my bike and my daughter's bike, and everything else is all bench seating and tailgating. Oh, Jim, you had a Barracuda. I don't like you. You are a jerk. I would kill to have a Barracuda right now.
Barracuda would be awesome.
And the GTX, I think that was the one with the 6-pack, wasn't it? The 6-pack air filter.
I think the 6-pack, the 6 2-barrel carbs.
Yep. Yeah. The 6 carbs. Yeah. That
I had one.
There was someone selling it on Long Island. I just didn't have the money at the time. I think they're selling for like $12,000. And I'm like, I want this. And I'm like, I just got divorced. My credit rating was shit. I couldn't do anything about it. So, my dad had a like around a 66, 68, around in there. That was a little, that's a little older. And then when you get in the conversion vans, the old people drove with the little circle windows in the back, before the RDs got popular. 440 CI 6-pack. Yep, that's what I thought. The GTX.
Yeah. That's the big one. Oh yes.
I would kill to have. Do you know what one of those go for right now? I mean, it's obscene. And the Hemi Barracuda now goes for like a couple $100,000 if you can find a barn find, and that's just obscene to me. But not to say I wouldn't buy it if I won the lottery. I would still buy it, but I would actually drive it because a car like that deserves to be driven. But I'd take a GTX in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I'd prefer the GTX over the Hemi, to be honest.
There's something you probably haven't.
A friend of mine growing up had an orange Barracuda. I think it was early 70s. It didn't really have the Coke bottle curves, but it had the it was still the Type. Maybe it was late 60s, early 70s, something like that. But it was he had that, and when his dad passed away, he was in the military, so he decided to get rid of it, and he kicks himself to this day. And it's something we both share because he got rid of his dad's Barracuda. My dad had a 66 El Camino. If you've ever seen those, it's like half car, half truck.
Yeah.
My dad had one of those. And again, California, no rain, no rust, anything else like that.
Yeah.
And my grandmother had it. I was on deployment. I was on a ship. I was nowhere near. I didn't have the time to fix it up, so I told her to sell it. And as soon as she sold it, about a week later, I'm like, why did I do that? And now, 30 years later, I'm like, why did I let her do that? Is that MG?
The MGB GT, and it had the V8, so it had the small block V8 in it, Chevy V8.
Oh,
I've seen one of
So
these
my
on the
mom had
road.
an MG midget with the 4-cylinder.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the GT version.
So my mom had a hardtop MG midget 4-cylinder when I was in junior high, and there's no back seat. I used to sit on the hump because I was short enough.
My dad had an MG midget, but he turbocharged it.
Oh God,
Yeah.
that thing flew. Because those don't weigh anything.
No, it weighed nothing. No. Yeah, it was a little rocket ship. That thing. Yeah.
So my Carmageia, it's a single aluminum body. It's hand forged, hand shaped and everything else. And it comes with like, you can put like a 1900cc engine in it. Well, because it's a rear mounted engine, you can get an engine and a transmission for it for a Subaru. With fuel injection, water cooled. It's like 180 horsepower on a 1,500-pound body. That thing would turn into a rocket ship.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's a boxer engine. It's essentially it's like the same as like I've heard of people doing taking old 911 engines and sticking them in them as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, because like you can get a 55 356 and forget. Let's not even talk about convertibles. Convertibles on its own right, it's insane. But you can buy a replica of those for like 25 to 50, depending on your different options you get for engines and stuff. But you can get a replica made for between 25 and 50. And actually, there's a place in Vancouver. It's one of the best places to get to who make these replica speedsters. But if you find a speedster now, you're talking about like it's like $300,000 to $400,000. Like Jay Leno has one and doesn't drive it. It's an investment. To me, I'm like, if I buy that, I'm going to drive it.
I got to years ago. I did the gold track day thing my wife bought me for, and I got to drive one of these.
I don't believe in
around track.
museum cars.
Yeah, I got to drive one of these around a track at as fast as I possibly could, and it was a bit of a handful. We hit the brakes. It had two settings for the brakes, either off or fully on.
That is.
The brakes were fucked on it.
That is a nice car, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I was
V10.
Yeah. I was in the V8 one, and I was lapping the V10. Because the V10, it wasn't as good apparently on the track.
When I got divorced, I was looking at the it's the R6 is the mid level, or is that R8? So R8 was the high end, R6 was that the entry level, or was the R4 entry level? I forget which one. The A and the R I get confused.
R4
entry level.
Entry level. Yeah, I think R4 is just a smaller one.
Yeah. I was looking at the R4 because I'm like, you know what? I'm divorced now. I don't have to answer anybody. Screw it. I'm gonna buy a fun car, and I instead got a Wrangler. I got something with no power instead of something that was sporty.
It's just the fact that go anywhere is the big thing. That's what I like. Like my big van is not very fast, and I had somebody say, "I'll race you." I went, "Sound? Well, you pick the day, I'll pick the track." And he goes, "What?" And it's like, "You can take your sports car, but I'm picking the big muddy field over there, and we'll see who's gonna make it first." And he's like, "Screw you." I'm like, "Well, I want to be fast. I just got the traction."
No, I've always loved the old muscle cars, the U.S. muscle cars. Like, anyone who's in the U.S. knows Eleanor, the '69 Mustang GT is the unicorn. That's the one everybody would love to have.
Yeah,
the Mach 1 from from Bullet and all that other one like that. That's a cut above everything else. Anything after '69 just turned to shit. It looked like this weird, small, wannabe sports car with no power. But like the old Chevelles, the old Camaros, the old Novas, I loved all of those cars growing up, and I still do. But yeah, I miss those worlds.
A friend of mine got an old.
And
Cutlass.
The funny thing is, California is like such a car area. You get everything from old Impalas.
a friend of mine got a Cutlass given to him, or no, he bought it for a bit of money, and his dad was a pilot. So his dad says, "Oh, wait for graduation." He took this car, took it to a builder, and threw over 10 grand into it. Jacked the back end up, engine, full interior redone, gorgeous car, and it sat in his garage. Never drove it. I used to say to him, "Let's go for a cruise. Go on, let's jump in the Cutlass. Let's go." No. It's just gonna say, "Oh no." I was like, "You never drive the thing. Why have it? What's the point? What's the point of you having a nice car, all done up, loads of money in it, like that, fully restored, and you don't drive it?" And you just let it sit there. I was like, "Oh, what a waste! What a waste!"
Okay, Jim's talking my language. The 302 Boss.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely, Mach 1.
Oh,
Absolutely. And Cygnus, you are not lying with the GTO with the stacked headlights and everything else. I will definitely take that, but I'll take the Mach 1 Boss 302 in a heartbeat. Like, if I could find a 302 now, I don't care what shape it is, I would pay for it and I would fix it up as much as I could and try to find as much original as I could. Even if I have to 3D print the shit, I would do it. Because that is like my absolute dream car, no matter what. I'll take that in a heartbeat. The 302, because that thing was just a beast. Cygnus, yeah, cars peaked in the late 60s to early 70s because F safety and economy. Absolutely. And the Mustang GT, the funny thing, the difference between the Mustang GT was just basically the size of the engine. The body was the same, more or less. But it was when you got to the late 60s with the Mach 1, with the fastback and everything else, it's like, oh my God, it just gorgeous, gorgeous cars. I would do that in a heartbeat. In fact, we had a car show this weekend. I drove by and it was mostly newer cars. And I'm like, I need to get my Carmageddon gun so I can go show off to these young kids something that they've never seen before, because you're not finding Carmageddons in New York. It is a quintessential West Coast California surf car.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, Shelby.
This is what I always wanted.
You can get replicas of those. You can get kits of those.
You can get kits of them. But I seen one once or twice. I have a shop teacher. He had an engine with one of these. He had the 427 Super Cobra Jet that he was putting into a custom made car truck. And part of my job is to get the chassis. You've got the engine, gearbox in, on rolling chassis. And it was a gorgeous car. Oh.
Yeah, those kit cars are gorgeous when they're done right.
Yeah, I want this one, though.
Canadian Space Advocate says, for a person with an astronomy background, calling a car a nova seems silly. It usually describes an exploding star. Depending what you did to that nova, exploding was not out of the question. It wasn't as bad as the Pinto, but you start putting nitrous into a nova, there's a chance that you are going to end in a fiery end. There's no debating that. Bruce has got a 302 sitting in storage. I hate you people, all of you.
To be closed chamber.
I hate all of you.
Bruce,
I'm coming to your house and stealing it.
Yeah. Jim Daniels is like, the old Nova with the SS package was a screamer. Like the old 1960s Nova SS. Oh.
Any SS package was just gorgeous with that badging. Which was kind of weird because it wasn't that long after World War II where you're like, should we put these two letters together?
Yeah. I went to school with
a
a guy that had
super sport, obviously. So, but I mean, still, at least it wasn't lightning bolts, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. I went to school with a guy that had a Chevelle SS, and some guy ran through a red light and into the side of it and bent the frame on it and wrote the car off. He was gutted. He went from that to his grandma's 1972 New Yorker.
Oh my God. I was going to say he should be brought up on crimes against humanity for wrecking it, but he sounds like he got even worse punishment by having to drive a New Yorker.
Yeah. Oh man, he absolutely caned that car. He used to just abuse it because he's just trying to break it. See, then he had to go buy another car. Then he was like, "Oh, grandma, the car broke." He used to do like tranny drops on it and everything, trying to get it to break.
Like, if I had indispensable money and I had like another hobby besides doing YouTube videos, which obviously I suck at, It would be like buying like a 50 Ford, like a 54 old Chevy or old Ford stepside truck and fixing it up with a wood bed. It would be
Yeah.
getting, a Mustang to fix up. It would be getting, a Chevelle or a Nova SS, or, it would be me filling up my garage full of US, US muscle cars from the 60s and 70s, and just, if I didn't have to work, that would be my job, that would be my fun and everything else. I would do that in a heartbeat. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we win the Powerball and $400 million soon, so I can quit my job, do YouTube full time, and I could alternate between declassified car videos and debunking videos, and we'll throw them all together.
You ever seen one of
And
these
I'll
around?
even fly your happy ass if you can get a pass from the wife and the kids. I'll fly your happy ass to the U.S. to help me out for a couple of weeks, and we'll drink lots of beer and do lots of work on the cars.
Sounds good. You ever see one of these around? Sunbeam Tiger.
No, I have never seen that.
They had a 302
What
in
is
them.
that?
It's Sunbeam Tiger. They had a 302 cubic inch Mustang V8 from the factory in them, and they were rockets because it was just all tiny. And I've seen these guys on the yeah. So the
How do you
Sunbeam
fit a
Tiger
302 in that? That is not.
shoehorns.
That is tiny.
Yeah, and I've seen these guys
Shoehorn,
on.
yeah.
I used to see these.
Could
I
you
used to
fit a
work at
wrench in the
racetrack.
engine bay or no?
I never actually seen the engine bay, but I used to work on a drag on a track, a road course as a marshal, and I used to see these guys absolutely tearing it up. They were just rockets. Yeah, I loved them.
I love the convertible version. That is
Yeah.
awesome with the roll bar on the back. But
Yeah.
like fitting a 302 in something that small, it seems to be like the only work you can do on the engine is going to be from underneath.
I don't know if I can get an engine bay. See if I can get the engine bay. I never actually get to see them, the engine bays, but yeah, they had the 302. It was a Mustang.
Well, they don't want you engine bays. They don't want you to see what they're rolling with.
Yeah. There you are. There's your engine bay.
Anyone you're racing with, you don't want to see your engine.
Yeah. No, you really couldn't get much in there. You tried to do spark
I'm sorry,
plugs
I
on
mean,
that.
you dropped off.
Oh. You hear me now?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there is no room in that thing to do anything.
Yeah, I'll transition over.
Holy crap. There's barely enough room to fit a ratchet between the radiator and the serpentine belt.
Yeah.
At least it's not sideways mounted like a Subaru, which is completely stupid and ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Fuck no.
Bruce Wolford, have you seen the Mad Max video, that black two-door Interceptor? That was a Ford two-door. Yeah, you're right. I had the XA model. The 302 was for that, but some scum stole it. It was just a shell. So someone stole the body but left the engine. Oh, okay. I mean,
Yeah, I would love to get hold of one of these.
I also know that any car that I get is going to have to be grandfathered into the whole. I'm not ever passing a smog check in my life because that's not going to happen.
Do you have smog checks where you are in New York?
Okay, now look, if I'm going to steal a shell of a car, I will definitely steal a 69 Mach 1 shell if there's no engine in it. I'll find the engine for it. I don't care if I have to cheat and get an LS engine from a crate. I will put something into that is worthwhile. But yeah, great. You know what? I'm gonna now. Thanks, you guys. I'm gonna spend the rest of the night cruising the old Facebook and want ads to see who's selling a muscle car in the area and figure out how many stocks I got to sell off to afford it.
I do this on occasion. Obviously, we don't
Holden
get
V8.
the Holden V8. Oh yeah, that's who put that Holden V8?
Bruce did.
Oh, Hillman.
He had a
Hillman
253
Hunter.
cubic inch V8.
Yeah.
I fitted a Holden 253. Okay, reading comprehension's not my strong point tonight because I've had a few. He fitted a Holden 253 into a Hillman Hunter. Oh wow, okay. That sounds like you need shoehorns for that too.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Here's the Hillman
It's
Hunter.
now 8:30. I was supposed to say goodbye an hour ago, and I've been talking
Right.
about cars now. Now I do have to kick off. All right.
I
Cheers.
should probably get off
It's been a dream as always. It's been fun hanging out with you, talking to know you better. Thank you, everybody in chat, for hanging out with us and talking everything from Mikey to debunks to military stuff to videos to cars. That's what I love about our streams and our community. We don't need to talk about flat Earth all the time, like flat earthers need to talk about flat Earth all the time.
Exactly. Yeah.
So.
Exactly.
All right. Take it easy, bud. I appreciate it. I will catch you later.
See you later. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay. Oh, well, where are we here? All right. Is he off? Right. Well, that went a different way than I thought, eh? Holy. Well, it was fun. Nice to have Dano in there, and nice to have a little chat. That was pretty cool. Let's switch over to this. All right. Wow. Yeah, it is like 1:26 in the morning myself here, and I actually going to go to bed. I promised the wife I was going to be off about an hour and a half ago, but hopefully she understands that I ended up getting chatting, and yeah, you know, he's a good guy. So it was nice to have him on, and I've been wanting to have him on, and I got to work on getting these things, having guests on a bit better. So I will definitely work on that, people. But yeah, it was fun to watch the Mikey, watch the video, and drop probably tomorrow. I got to do the thumbnail stuff for it, where I break down a bit more of Mikey getting absolutely, getting smacked by some young kid, and Mikey thinking he's all hard, and everything else. I might check the other one out later. We'll see here. Oh yeah, there's Dan's Discord there, so we'll definitely Oh, what are we doing here? All right. Site. I don't know if I'm on Unfornicated's thing, so I'll have to definitely. Right. I think am I on Unfornicated? I don't know if I am, but whatever. All right. Not a clue what I'm doing. Righto. Okay. Right, I am going to call it here, and we're going to go out with obviously Mikey Smith being who he is. We're going to put out the NASA's lying apparently, and but before that, people, don't forget the space is real. The Earth is definitely a globe, demonstrable, empirical, and proven. So yeah, that's about it. Flat Earth is nothing but a fantasy. But remember, people, don't forget, stay curious. Thanks for coming. See you again.
NASA lies, yeah, that's what I say. Don't have proof or facts in any way. I claim the moon's made of plasma, a place no one can go. The Apollo program's a scam, I can't back it up though. They talk about the ISS is floating in space. You ask me in a pool, I'd say is the case. Satelloons in the sky held up by helium balloons. But bro, that's just a lie, cause that's what all bitches do. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. The firmament is real, a dome up above, but I'll never prove it, so lost that I'm dumb. I know the world is flat, trust your sense of sight. Saying gravity's just a theory is why I'm up at night. NASA is phony like a show or movie, fake like some stage. Truman Show child's play, it's just but suck at this game. Because I'm just a dick with only my stupid self to blame. But I'm so fucking sure that the earth is flat, based on how I feel with my pop-up flare. Swear my blind faith is what keeps it real. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debate They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in the way I hate MC Toon when he shows me proof. Asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime. The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't know why. NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My flirt priest told me and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC Toon when he shows me proof. Spreading misinformation and lies willfully, so proud. Like Nathan Thompson yelling at strangers so loud. NASA's lies, people, space is fake and Earth isn't round. Oh shit, the fathers and husbands stop me into the ground. Asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime. The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't. Why? NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My flirt priest told me and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I